So, you may notice we're not where we left off. That's because I did a little bit of prep to make our life easier, and because I was curious what a bunch of the fruit would actually combine into. And you'll notice we have twice as many spaces for things to be planted here at the solar tree as well. You did miss a tiny bit of dialogue with the young lady up there, explaining the fact that because of our efforts, the solar tree has regained some of its strength, which is why we have twice as many spaces to plant things. She also granted us a bear nut, which I then made more of, and turns out the little mandragora looking dude here that we had the chance to make before is a full heal. So I made a couple more of those. I did not go wild with making them because I feel like that'll make things a little too easy if I have a lot of them. So I just made a couple. I did, however, make more of a lot of things, like we have a bunch of large heals, for example, just to make sure I'm not sitting here just spamming away on the green and red apples as much, basically. Because let's be real, I was going to be spam healing anyway. I may as well reduce the amount of flickering and noise. I got us some more empty gourds in case I actually need to warp out of somewhere. Didn't really worry about bananas too much. We did get a few rotten nuts because reckless speed up had ended up causing a couple things to rot. Because turns out some things grow really, really fast. Other than the golden apples, the main thing I grew more of is I made some more tiptoe fruit. I combined a bunch of different things, like I ended up with some blue shrooms, which combined to then, I think, yeah, they helped me make these fast carrots. Which, as far as I can tell, if you breed a fast carrot with anything else, it just grows significantly faster. Which is very nice, but I unfortunately ended up with the fast carrots toward the end of me working on growing more stuff, so didn't get a lot out of it. I did make a bunch of them, though, so that I can expedite any other things I'm making. The Endurer Nut, as far as I can tell, is just a better bear nut. This makes you immune to damage for a set time, whereas this makes you invincible. They both sound like they're the same thing. But I got the Endure Nut out of combining something with a bear nut, so I would assume the Endure Nut is the higher version. I do not know that. I'm making assumptions, but it's a thing. And I also made this bad pumpkin, which apparently lowers the level of undead in next. So I'm going to assume like the next dungeon you go to has less undead, or at least weaker undead in it. Don't think I'll ever actually use it, but we have it. I didn't bother making any flame nuts. Didn't really see a reason to. So I think I will go ahead and plant them. Just so I don't only have one of something. Because I had two, and I was happy to stay with two. And then I ended up using one, I believe, making this plant up here. Because there's one of those things that looks like the life fruit, but is red, that I learned how to make. But I didn't successfully make any of them yet. I believe that's what both of these are. I say I believe because I've been kind of just flailing around and using speed up, so I can't guarantee anything of what I was making. Also, wow, that's growing fast. And there's your proof, by the way, that things do in fact grow while you're here. There we go, now we have 4 flame nut. I don't really think I'm going to need to worry too much about that at this point now. Things that are going to take a while to grow, just so I don't have to think about it anymore. So I don't really want to leave these spaces empty, but I don't want to have anything rotting either. We'll just plant more golden apples, it'll be fine. And I could use the fast carrots for these, but my intention is for them to take a little bit, so we will not use the fast carrots there. And of course I get multiple messages on Discord the second we've started, of course. It's fine. We'll just quickly run back to Sealed Hill. We'll go ahead and just start teleporting our way across. Okay. I will get a response out to that momentarily. We just gotta hop across a couple dungeons right quick. We thankfully have already cleared out, so it won't take too long at all. I had intended on skipping back to where we were, but I ended up taking longer sorting everything out than I thought I would. Oh, can I just say, today went fast. I know that sounds like an absurd statement because time is static in its passage, but it really did feel like time was moving quickly today. Like, I really feel like this morning I just kind of blinked and it was almost stream time. I didn't even get half the things I normally do in a day before stream done this time. I ended up having to truncate everything just so I wouldn't have to delay stream. Okay, we're in the tower, which we haven't been in yet. So now it's time for action. Let me go ahead and lower the solar power a bit, so it's reasonable. That is going to also slow the growth rate of everything, presumably. Okay, so we got a block puzzle here, leading to an elevator. I can safely push this one over here. Okay, over there's a dead end, so really all I have to do is just push this block. Okay. Now the tricky thing's gonna be, can I actually go back up from here? It didn't go back up on its own, so maybe I can go back and forth. Maybe I'll even be able to go side to side. So, okay, I still have the spinner whipped. And apparently the thing is upset. Why are you upset? Is 4 too high? What's going on here?
Overheat.
Why did the gun overheat immediately? What's happening here? Here, maybe if I lower it to 2. Range grenade. We were running around at 4 before and it wasn't overheating. Did the speed up freak the game out? Because ordinarily I reboot a game after I use speed up in case it ends up having any weird interactions. I didn't do that this time because I was in too much of a hurry. Got some mummies. Just gonna go ahead and scoot past the mummy squad. Hey, bud. Personal space, please. Just gonna go ahead and scoot through there while I can. Okay, the gun is no longer overheated. I mean, I suppose maybe there was just an effect on that area that made the gun overheat, even though it wasn't visible. Yeah, but it seems to be behaving just fine now. Very weird. Keep key. Okay, apparently the spike balls from the sky are just gonna be a thing in this dungeon. Okay. Love that for me. Okay, so we've got another locked door there. Got a meeting happening here for some reason. They're just in a circle, just having a time. Disarm trap, defeat the armor. Ah, you're the source of all the spike balls, I see. You know, for all that you're just described as the armor, you also have a weapon. And I feel like that's more notable than you are. Let's see how much one of these gold apples heals for. Fair bit, not like a ridiculous amount, but definitely more than the other ones, as one would expect of a large heal versus a medium or a small heal. Part of what I was doing when I was mixing all the fruit and nuts together, though, was I was actually trying to find a plant that would generate more solar energy. But it seems like the solar nut might be the only one that generates energy at all. Which makes sense if you think about it, because otherwise you could just bypass the mechanic entirely. That'd be kind of silly. There you go, triangle key, bomb... well, yeah, just bombs in general, really. Huh? Oh, okay. Ah, okay. Saw an announcement in an unexpected spot. Got worried for a second, but everything's fine. Actually, a good thing. I don't know what it says about the way things have been, that as soon as I see an announcement in most Discords, I'm like, okay, what's the bad news this time? Really unfortunate that that ends up being the knee-jerk reaction these days. But such is the nature of things. Most things that happen are bad news. Actually, let's use one of those tip 2 fruit. You know, except for the fact that I bumped into one of them as I rounded the corner too hard. That worked perfectly. Because they couldn't track me after the initial bump. So, good to know. Oh. Oh. Does feel weird being this weird green, but it's fine. Oh, those things follow you from room to room, right? I forgot. Go away. Go away. Was the door back here, or... No, I think the door I was thinking of we already opened, because I think there was more than one purple door leading into the room where we fought the armor. Was there? World may never know. Either way, we're down here now anyway. Got a solar bank. Got an item that I need to figure out how to get to. So there must be a way to fall into that room, because it's completely locked off in all other ways. Solar tree is calling, I think. Oh, that was the whole area. What was the other key for? Because we had gotten a second key from the armor. But that also means that you could have just walked past where the armor fight was and never even interacted with it. What a bizarre place this is. I'm not gonna dally in here too long because the plants from the solar tree can rot. Oh yeah, I think it was literally right over here is where the key was, yeah. I need to go get the key again, though, so we may as well just use one of our Or solar leaves. Go collect our plant, and then we'll come back and fix what I did wrong there. I walked out prematurely and the whole thing went into hell. There we go, 5 more golden apples. And 3 more golden apples. I'm not gonna worry about planting anything else there right now. I know it's wasting the slots, but I don't want to be interrupted in the middle of the tower again. Apparently it's just the ping hour. Like, a couple of them were actually relatively important messages, and then the rest were just a pile of discords all going wild at the same time for some reason. Like, I get it, it's 2 o'clock. A lot of things happen at 2 o'clock for some unexplained reason. There's just a lot of activity all specifically at 2 o'clock. But that's normal around these parts at this point. It always surprises me somehow anyway, and I really don't know how to explain the fact that it surprises me in either way. Well, part of it today, I think, is just the fact that I'm not even fully aware of time today, based on how quickly time moved earlier today. So there's a lot of, like, regularly scheduled things happening that I just didn't even realize, oh yeah, those always happen at 2, so of course they're happening right now. Now, I could teleport out of here, but I want to figure out what that other key was for, so bear with me while I redo this place. Because apparently I completely misunderstood the assignment in here. Which, admittedly, not the first time that's happened. First time it's happened this significantly in this game, though. Yeah, I know. We also didn't get a results screen for this dungeon, did we? I just realized that. We beat up the armor, but we didn't get a results screen for beating him. Okay, that's a couple detections, but that's fine. Yeah, and see, the spike balls are back to falling. They had stopped after I defeated the armor, so the armor must be back now. Because, you know, that's not annoying at all. Oh, fun fact, by the way. These green apples grow absurdly fast. Like, I planted a few just to see how quickly they'd grow, and they were kind of like what we were seeing with the fire nut, where they were growing in real time before my eyes. It was fascinating. Disarm trap, defeat the armor. Forgive me for putting less effort into this go-around of this fight, but I'm just gonna tank him to death and move on with our lives here, probably. Well, somewhat tank him to death. I can't just sit there and do that, because I will run out of energy. But I'm not gonna try as hard as I did the first time, because he's clearly shown not to be that big a threat. Oh wait, no, we did get the results screen there. And I just skipped past it, I think, and just completely missed it, because I was thinking about something else. So the fact that we got the results screen but got a key is very interesting. That also means, though, that that spot must be extra then. Wait, you know what? I'm gonna try something. We've never used these. Aha! I thought about it, I'm like, there's gotta be a reason why they're all gathered in this room. Because they're all just gathered in a circle in this room. But is it a case of they're just having fun doing a silly thing? Or are they actually trying to bait you? The answer was they were actually baiting you in a positive way. They were hinting like, hey, maybe they're all looking at something. Just a thought. And lo and behold, they were all staring at a specific item. In this case, one of the coins. Which, for those who missed it last time, those coins seem to just be a collectible item. You get all or a lot of them and something good will happen. As to what? I don't know. Just gotta remember the path. It involves getting past the red mummies again, which are right here. I'm glad I got all these tiptoe nuts. I didn't know I was gonna need them, but something that allows me to bypass mummies just seemed like a really good idea. And the fact that they are quite literally blocking that hallway unless you slowly shimmy past them makes me very glad I invested in these. Well, at least they recoup my losses on health there. Okay, was this worth all this effort? That's the fun question. Just unlock you to death and get an apple. Well, we're going pretty high up. It's living up to its name as a tower. Oh, was this really all just for that green chest? Is that really what this is gonna be? We went all the way up the tower just to ride the elevator down? Yep. I hate being right. And we get the Crusader solar gun frame. Is that actually worth it to me? Fire, shot, and spread. It's just better night. It is really good. It's got stun D, which is the highest stun we have, and the same attack as our fencer. But I assume the damage is going to be on the spread, not on the shot. So that's going to be less than ideal. Thankfully, we can just teleport to the other side. Oh wait, no. I went the wrong way. I went back to the front of the building. We were already on the other side of the building. The exit's just right over here for some dumb reason. Okay, so what's the lay of the land over here look like? So we've got 4 dungeons in our immediate vicinity, an unknown access to a forest, and a question mark up there. Kura 5 I have no immediate plans for, and there's a theoretical yes to the other Boktai games. My intent is to try to get to at least one other one of them here in October, because it fits. But schedule dependent. That's where it gets tricky, because I've got a lot of other things also going this month, so we'll see how it goes. Of course it's a mimic, why wouldn't it be? Well, the Crusader frame is at least effective. Made faster work of that mimic than our fencer usually was. I would say this is inherently a timer, but it can't be because he walks into the light and dies. So there must be a trick there, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Have a look at the rest of this room before I consider that. Though, what even is the point to that? The button must do something. Unless it's just there to teach me about that. But at that point, why would they? We already know that they die when they touch sunlight. Very odd. Right, forgot. Fire ones hurt a lot. You would think I'd remember, considering all of the pain and misery from when we were in the fire mountain. But no, just completely blanked on that one. And we don't really have any levels on our Iceland, so I don't know if it would actually be better to use for those. One would figure it would still have to be, because otherwise it wouldn't really have much of a purpose. But, eh. Why? There's a little bit of a funny hitbox there, because I wasn't stepping down into there. I was stepping into that very tiny corner there, and that's what was burning me. Interesting. But, you know, isometric games and hitboxes. Name a more iconic duo. That's not something I'm gonna blame this game for. That is just this perspective has some funny issues here and there. Here's a scenario. Yeah, I went back and looked, and I realized Lunar Nights was longer ago than I thought. It was actually September of last year that I had played it. I thought it was early this year for some reason that I had done it. But that just goes to show, once again, that my sense of time is, confused, to say the least. Dagger, solar gun frame, okay. And another coin. So, dagger. Better knife. Yep, that makes sense. I mean, it's the same damage as the Crusader. And it'll probably take less juice because it's not relying on a spread. We'll use that for now. Because using the Crusader spread drains a lot of solar power. Okay. Come over here. Okay. Is he following my movement? No, he's moving where the button tells him to move. Yep, that's exactly what's happening. 1, 2, 3. Problem is you can't see him and press the buttons at the same time. Very well. 1, 2, 3. I'm assuming it's based on how many times the button's pressed, not necessarily how long it's pressed. Okay, you are gonna stop there. Very good. I didn't need to check to see whether he was gonna stop, but I wanted to have information there. Defeat the armor again. Okay. That's a red armor this time. He's got a hammer. And he's got a shield. Joke's on him. Shield doesn't protect him from the side. Oh, the joys of having actual range that does actual damage for once in a long while here. We don't have to rely on, like, power-ups to do any real damage to him or anything. Oh, and you're fire-based. Look at that. I could have actually used the ice lens on him. Too late to worry about that now. I'm just trying to use up more of the remaining green apples just to get them out of there. Yeah, as to the schedule, though, there is one positive, depending on how you look at it, for the schedule coming up. And that is, I'm gonna have less to worry about as far as covering new things goes, considering, I ain't gonna be able to afford anything new, probably for the rest of this year at the rate things are going. So, a lot more room in the schedule for retro content to be done. Just part of the reason why I can't guarantee getting this whole series in October specifically is because Next Fest is gonna eat all of next week. Because that's something I don't have to spend money on, and it gives me an idea of whether any of those games coming out in the future are going to be worth picking up later. And helps you all find out the same thing. Just gonna recharge the gun completely. Yeah, that leads into the fact that finances kind of suck right now, so that's gonna be a bit of a thing for a little while again. Not really a whole big to-do to be made of that, just a note of, hey, if anybody has a question of, like, are you going to play this new thing? The answer is almost certainly going to be no. Barring being gifted things, probably, for more than likely the rest of this year. More than likely. That's just gonna be the way it is. That's not to say that there isn't still plenty of content available, because I have such a backlog, as we all know. And there are a couple vectors by which I'm, of course, still gonna be able to make some things happen. Just the options are going to be much more limited. But really, I don't think anybody's going to be particularly surprised in that vein right now anyway. Considering a lot of this year has been much more emulation-focused in some ways, because of the fact that money is scarce for most everybody this year. So, that's just the way that is. But there's your peek behind the curtain to give you the information about the current situation and the expected future. Currently. Feel like dealing with these. This is why we prepare resources. Just for those who missed it, those mummies only react to sound. They don't react to movement or vision or anything. Okay, so they all have to be purple, not all be red. Oh no, there's one in the fucking doorway. There we go. Fixed it. And that's the exit? Yeah, that's the exit. Huh. Okay, then. That place was a little weird. Forgotten Tomb. Roll back to the whole thing about only probably doing one other Boktai game this month. It's also probably a good idea to only do one other one this month anyway, because I'm probably gonna not want to see the series after that point for a bit, because it's gonna be too much of the same thing. Since these games do have very similar gameplay throughout the series. So that's probably another layer to how that's gonna play out. Wow, these guys hit really hard. Like, things were already hitting kind of hard some of the time. These guys, though, hit like a damn truck, and he kicked me out of the room, so now he's healed, and it's gonna be very much a waste of resources to continue fighting him. Turns out that these golems are something that the machine gun is not very effective against. Probably better to just hit him with the Crusader frame. It's easier to keep that on them. He knocked me off the ledge I was standing on. This motherfucker. It's easier to aim the wide spread of the Crusader than it is to keep the rapid fire of the dagger on them, but you'll note we've drained like most of our energy doing that. Sure am. Obscure is what I do. But welcome in, Shalocard. Hope you're doing well. Ironically enough, I played Lunar Nights before this. Not recently before this, but when I was playing that is when I had ended up saying I was going to get to this one at some point. Is that it ended up being my introduction to the series. So I, of course, covered that first. Scheduling being what it is, it just took till another year away, pretty much, in order to be able to get to this. Yeah, especially with, like, how small a Game Boy Advance cart is, I can imagine it'd be easy for one of those to disappear. I've certainly lost my share of Game Boy Advance games and a couple DS games that way, because the carts themselves are just so tiny. Yep, definitely believe that, unfortunately. Oh, you throw things too, huh? Look at that. Get this thing off of me. Like fruit? Swordsman solar gun frame. I'm assuming that's an upgrade for the fencer, probably. Yeah, no, that's the shittiest thing about the retro market, is the prices are absurd. Ooh, B damage. That is the highest damage we have, and we did really well with the fencer frame up till now, so we'll just go back to that but higher damage, that's fine. Like, I get that part of it's a fact that it's mostly a collector's market at this point, but it just really bothers me that things have gotten to the point where they are for a lot of those. And obviously, of course, there's the extra layer of these things are just fairly scarce at this point, because a lot of people lost or had their cartridges get damaged in some way, shape, or form, so they're just not viable to use anymore. Not to mention just only so many being printed in the first place. But it's just really unfortunate for anybody trying to learn about this about any of the weirder old games, because there's just no entry for them outside of emulation. I'm just kind of grabbing whatever I happen across at the time. I don't really have specific frames I'm focusing on using. Like right now I'm using Swordsman because I just found it. But in the interest of making sure they're shown off, I've been trying them all out. I don't have a plan at all. I'm just making it up as I go along since this is the first time I'm playing it. And I'm not reading any guides or anything because I'd rather just do my own thing. Is there efficiency obviously available? Oh, 100%. I've seen that some frames are obviously way better than others. But this way people get a good idea what they would be getting into by if they end up picking this up. I'm going to just let it fly. Yeah, no, this is why I will always recommend emulation, is because it really is the only viable way for people to get into these things at this point. Because people do not have the dispensable income to just be buying a $400 old game, for example. Like, it just sucks that that's the way it is. Like, I love emulation as a concept because I find it fascinating how it functions to begin with. But the state of things is just unfortunate. Yeah, no, I am very much one of those people that if you tell me what's good, I will probably actively not use it, because I'm opposed to being told these things. Unless I ask for it. I think the discovery is more worthwhile than just success, you know? You know, that's definitely a solid trade overall. I don't know if you'd actually... I don't actually know what the price for Harvest Moon 64 is these days, so I don't know if monetarily that was a good trade. Okay. So, not necessarily monetarily a success. That's how it be sometimes. I know I've certainly traded away a fair few things and found out later, oh hey, you made a, like, negative $500 profit. Congratulations. It's like, well, I wanted the thing, so it's fine, but oof. It's like, any of us when we were younger also had, like, much less regard. Okay, so what you said before then is mixed up a little bit, because this is the first one. I didn't realize there was a Boktai GBA, if I'm honest. I knew the games existed, but I didn't realize there was, like, a special GBA for it. That explains it. 'Cause I don't touch the Japanese market at all. Being one who can only speak English. Well, I can speak some German, but that's rusty as hell at this point, so I don't really count that. I haven't used that in any real capacity since high school. Ow. Ah, you're ice-based. You know what? Let's get some training in for the flame lens, then, because it might actually be useful later. Yeah. Honestly, Dreamcasts would be much more available, so I see the play there. Okay, so even before the price on the Dreamcast spiked, because I seem to recall that the Dreamcast got much more expensive at some point. Because it had a surge of popularity long after its lifespan. So people started buying up Dreamcasts. Which, just imagine if people actually bought the Dreamcast like they did in the future when it was new. Oh, what a different world we might be living in these days, in some ways. Ain't gonna have time to really charge, but I'm gonna try for some anyway. There we go. That's why I ate a couple fruit, just to make sure that I was in good order there. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's unfortunate, but it also makes sense, because the Dreamcast didn't exactly do itself any favors, let's put it that way. Ah, okay. I know bits and pieces of the situation, both from vaguely being alive in that time frame and from having heard pieces of it since then, but I never actually had the full story in front of me, because I never chased the information down. I am very much a generalist of knowledge. I'll be able to be like, yes, I know of this thing. Do I know dates, times, and all the details? Absolutely not. Not in the slightest. That is not how I operate. Yeah, same goes to a certain degree with the Saturn. I do kind of wish it had gotten a bit better reception, but at the same time, I don't really know what would have happened if that had happened. I don't really know if it would have held up. That's kind of the thing, yeah. There were some fascinating things on the Saturn, but the Saturn itself was not great. That's why I'm like, I'm not sure it would have mattered. I think the failings of that system as a whole would have still been a problem. It's just unfortunate how some games ended up being lost to time because they were only on the Saturn. So they too fall into the they can only be emulated scenario. It's like, even if something's bad, I would rather people still have the chance to do something with it than for it to just be gone, you know? And I say this as somebody who has played many a thing on the 3DO, for example. And still has a 3DO in the other room. Though the laser on it's dead, so it won't do anything ever again, because I don't think I'll ever be bothered to fix that. Because we actually had multiple of them, because they were actually fairly easy to come by for a while. Yeah, it kind of does. There's a couple neat things in there, and then it's just like, well, this sure is a system of all time. I feel like there's been a misunderstanding somewhere in this map. But based on the way the map's drawn, I guess I just have to go back and around. Yeah, it's pretty much the situation for us as well, like picking them up at flea markets or friends of friends or just on sale somewhere. Like, there was a decent stretch where you could find so many things like that very easily, and then just no more. They certainly didn't help. I can't say that they're solely to blame for it, but they definitely are a big part of the problem. I have to levy a part of the blame on the game companies themselves to begin with. Is there are certainly companies that tried to be clever at times, which led to certain things just not even being made enough of to begin with, and then there's cases where obviously shit went sideways and they couldn't make very much of something either. Which that's less the company's faults, but also still not necessarily scalpers' faults. There's a lot of things involved in the mess that is game collecting. But it, at the end of the day, remains a mess. I'd have to go all the way back around to go through the front side of these dungeons. Actually, I don't know which end's the front side of that dungeon on the left. It might actually be the left-hand side of it. Do I care enough to bother to go through them, though? There might be a frame I want in there. And it's not like it takes long to get there. We can just warp through here, run around, wash, rinse, repeat. Oh, absolutely. It is absolutely regular folks who are trying to get into things that are suffering the most from these situations. Is they cannot get the couple things they want for their hobbyist thing. Is like, if I had infinite dispensable income and endless amounts of space, I would absolutely have physical copies of everything that I'm showing off, but that's just not viable. Ah, there we go, Delusion Forest, we do need to be here. To get to Soul City, you will need a special sunflower that grows in the Delusion Forest, the Soul Flower. Sunflowers follow the path of the sun, but the Soul Flower follows the path of Soul City. If my memory serves me right, that is, from here, go north once, 4 times west. Let me write this down, because my short-term memory just shits itself sometimes. 1, west, 4, north, 2, correct, but here's the thing. They're not the problem in every market, is the point. They are the problem in current popular markets, because the scalpers only really benefit primarily from the current popular markets for the most part, especially in the case you're talking about with stores limiting the purchase on things. If a store is limiting the purchases on things, that means stores are currently carrying it. The kind of things we're talking about right now, stores don't really carry. So that doesn't really match the situation. But this is the Delusion Forest. As you move, you may lose your sense of direction. Track, watch your shadow. North equals your upper right. East, your lower left. I mean, your lower right. I should write this down, too. Yeah, I'm writing it down on paper because it'll be easier for me to reference. in case something goes wrong. And it helps lock it into my brain as well, if I have to write it after reading it. I've also spent so much time taking notes in games that I would always rather take my notes carefully. Observe carefully the way your shadow falls. Even if you lose your bearings, you have your shadow to fall back on. Follow the right track. Okay, so up and right is north. So, north 1. Adventurer's Journal. Once more, I failed to find my way out of the forest. I can see the sun set in the western sky. Will I last to see the morning sun's rays tomorrow? Because right now, our shadow is pointing east, because the shadow would be the opposite of the sun. Let's see, it was north 1 and west 4 times. 1... 2... no, I have not seen the Boktai ad. Again, I've not researched everything to do with this, or really anything to do with this. My entire interaction with this series is Lunar Nights and then this. That is everything I even have knowledge of at all involving this series. And I know that there was at least one game that needed a fan translation to not be Japanese only. That's the only other thing I know. Clearly, I didn't fully understand what they were telling me. No, this one was right. No, it wasn't. Oh, it's because the shadow's changing direction every time. Okay, even when we go back into here after being in here already. This is gonna be annoying. Yes, I noticed that... Bear in mind, even though I'm asking questions out loud, I'm not asking you the question. If I'm asking the chat a question, I will be very direct in telling you all that I'm asking you the question. If there's just a general question going out, that is me thinking out loud to process through things. I have a very low tolerance for people trying to tell me things I'm already figuring out. I know there are a lot of streamers and VTubers out there that are constantly asking for help, but I am not one of them. It's gonna take me a minute to process exactly what this ends up meaning. So I know it's trying to tell me the direction. I think because I was trying to deal with something else at the same time, I didn't fully process what it was telling me. Can you tell me the dialogue again? Okay, so we're on the west step right now. That's probably why things have been going a little awry then. Either that or Tenku's leading me astray. Now we're currently on the right track. Going that way. I'm assuming this isn't going to be correct anymore. Yep, okay. So it's north from that position. Then we go that way. But now west is a different direction. So we have 4 doors still. The shadow is currently down and left. So the shadow is currently pointing south. So west should still then be this way. Okay. Now, we're back here at the beginning, though. The shadow is now in the upper right, upper left rather, so that's west that it's pointing right now. So I still need to go this way. Shadow is now pointing north. So west remains the same direction. So that was 4 wests now, so I think I just need to go... Anku, were you keeping count? What do you mean just 3 more steps? I feel like he's lying to me. What more than likely happened is I ended up technically going in a circle. Even though it didn't send me back, it still lowered my progress, essentially. It's just annoying. So... I'm guessing it's counting upper right and left based on diagonally up and right being up. So this would still be up and left, so this is west. Western shadow facing. So this is still west. We end up back here. Or was the directions with west just telling me... Yeah, this was just telling me where the directions were on the map, not where the shadow is telling me. That's helpful. That's great. That really could have been phrased better in there. Because it's pretty obvious where north, east, west, and south are. But I guess I have to just go based on, obviously, the sun rising in the east and setting in the west to tell me where my shadow is pointing to know which way to go then. So I was on the right track the first time and I just overthought it with the directions. So I need to go back this way to go west right now. Let's see if that's actually counting correctly, because we went in a circle. Yep. Okay, not helpful. Now we came back into the room from a different direction, so that's still incorrect. Maybe I have the direction that the shadow's pointing backwards. Because it might be that the sun is currently setting, not rise. Yeah, actually the sun would be setting at this point. So my shadow is actually on my eastern side, then. Logically. Because the shadow be cast from west-east. Which is why none of that ended up working, because that was all backwards. Now, since the shadow is up and right, maybe this is west No. In that context, it still wouldn't be west that way. Yeah, that one counted as west. So if that's east, then this would be west now. Except that sent me back, so that is, again, incorrect. I feel like they didn't need to make the shadow change as well here. Also, Atenko's gone now, so that's helpful. Did I just, like, never enter the right place to begin with, and now things are going to make sense? I have no idea. Like, I know which direction is which. I'm just not understanding which direction the shadow is pointing. If my logic is correct that the sun is currently to what is supposed to be the west, that both helps and doesn't help. This is one of those moments where I wish you could actually replay dialogues to make sure I didn't just misread something. But I can't. So... Again, the shadow is theoretically pointing to the east. Unless they're trying to imply that the shadow is currently pointing north, which wouldn't make any sense. So this should still be west. Unless they're expecting me to go that way, based on this. It's unfortunately at just the right angle where it's kind of a shitty 50-50 in my mind as to which one it is. Unless the shadow is specifically trying to point me the correct direction, but I don't think that's the case. Now that seems to have been correct. Which, since the shadow is still in the same direction, presumably I go the same way twice. 3 times? 3 times. No, that seems to not be... Well, no, that's 4 wests now. Unless I just can't fucking count. So now 2 norths? Nope. Either I counted my wests wrong, or I had my directions wrong somehow, despite not getting sent back until the last one. Because unfortunately, there's just, like, a bad tick in my brain sometimes, where if I'm counting something slow, I will actually just lose the count randomly. I'm just toying with it right now, trying to see what will happen with various results at the moment. Yeah, because that always sends you back to the beginning. At least it always has so far. The fact that multiple angles loop is the thing that makes this kind of a little weird to work with here. Because one would think that only specific angles would be looping. Otherwise, it'd be pointless. More or less at this point, I'm just trying to get the shadow pointed in a useful direction to try to repeat what we had done before. But it would appear trying to repeat what we did isn't going to work. And it seems like reversing direction has never been the correct answer. Okay, let's try thinking this through again rather than just choosing random directions. If my shadow is pointed down, that implies that east is now where south was. Which, if we take a compass, north, east, south, west, that means it's just rotated one rotation to the right. Which means that way is now south, which means up will be west. Except that's incorrect. So do I just have the entire facing incorrect? Is that the entire problem here? Do I have my facing backwards? Is that the whole problem? Because your shadow should be the opposite of where the sun is. So is the game still thinking the sun is on the rise at 3 in the afternoon? Is it set to the correct time, so it should be theoretically heading towards setting. Like, obviously not immediately a setting sun, but it's on that arc. So it should be on my west. Unless I have sunset and sunrise backwards because my brain's stupid today. can't believe I'm actually checking this. No, I have my direction correct, yeah. Sunset is generally west. So let's assume for some reason the sun is on the wrong side. So my shadow would then be pointing to the west, even though we tested that assumption already. That would then mean this is the correct direction. Which currently it is. We tried chasing our shadow and it didn't work before. So why would it work now? If his following my shadow just keeps taking me back to the starting room, but not sending me back the Lost Forest way. And that's the thing that's fucking me up the most with this, is it's doing two different things at the same time. It sends you back to the actual beginning, but it also loops you back to this room even when you're going in a straight line. And I understand that the point is to make this area confusing, but I feel like they're doing too many things at the same time, which muddies it in less of an effective way, if that makes sense. Because not only are they spinning what direction you're going in, but they're having it do two different things when you go the wrong direction. Yeah, see, we went correctly west that time. So in theory, since the shadow's in the same direction, it should have been the same direction. And apparently, technically, it was, assuming this is where I'm supposed to be. So with my shadow pointed up there... that means west has rotated one space, presumably, because down from our position was where west would normally be. So for it to have rotated that way... everything moved like that, so I guess this way? Yeah, that worked. Okay. Now it's the same direction, but I can't go anywhere that way. Okay. That just spat me out of the area entirely. Okay, he's doing the dialogue again, so maybe I'll figure out something I misunderstood here. So from here, go north once, 4 times west, then 2 times north. As you move, you may lose your sense of direction. Watch your shadow. North is your upper right. So maybe they are using where my shadow is to tell me what direction. But when I just followed where the shadow was, that was wrong. Yeah, observe carefully the way your shadow falls. So back to the assumption that the shadow is... that they're telling me that the direction the shadow is pointing indicates specifically that direction. That would then mean this way is west. Okay. Still the same direction, so this should still be west. Once again. One more time. And then we go north. But that's clearly wrong. But why was it right all those other times, even though the shadow didn't change? And then it was wrong the last time. As if that was west, one rotation to the right of west should have been north. Like, am I just fucking up my directions completely because my fucking brain is dead today? Like, I'm getting that massive I feel stupid right now. Oh, flare from this. Absolutely. Like, I'm missing something incredibly obvious. Because my synapses just aren't firing correctly on this. For anybody out there who's wondering, I do know how to read a compass. I do know how to... I have even read a sundial before. But apparently I'm just not connecting to what they're telling me here in the slightest. So this is proving to be more of a problem than it needs to be. Okay, so I am understanding but also not understanding what they're telling me here. That's the problem. There's something about the way it was phrased just did not click. But reading it again, phrased differently, it's clicking a little bit more. So I have the right idea, just for some reason my understanding of what it's telling me is not working out. Because what this is saying is Django's shadow will always point seemingly in the direction of 3 of the 4 cardinal directions, or at least 2 of 4 intercardinal directions, and being able to use this as a guide to where the north, south, east, or west is, for example. If you enter the forest in an area before the sign, your shadow is pointing to the west, it will continue to point to the west inside Delusion Forest. So that's the mistake I was making, is I was starting from the wrong baseline, and that's where this all fell apart. I was assuming our actual location was shifting, but it isn't. Oh, it's doing this shit again, though. I wanted to go back to the starting room, like, before you even get to the sign, but now it's fucking with me about even getting there. So I have to assume that where my shadow's pointing in here, then, is what I need to track it based off of? No, yeah, in an area before the sign. So since I'm at the sign, I cannot trust what this is telling me. I need to get back to the area before the sign in order to be able to get a gauge of which direction my shadow is pointing. There we go. Okay. Except no, we're in the 4-directional place right now. This is not where I wanted to be either. There we go. We're now back at the beginning, so I can guarantee that my shadow is currently pointing to my right. Which, assuming the sun is setting in the west, that means my shadow is pointing east. So anywhere in the Delusion Forest, my shadow should always be pointing east. So I had the logic of the puzzle correct, I just was not understanding the assignment attached to what that meant was the problem. Okay, so now east is up, which means north is to my left, and west would be to my south. South is to my right. So then... But the problem is... This then puts me in an awkward position, though, because if that's east, then west is this way, which goes into a wall. Which means one of these two is west. It gives you somewhat of a crapshoot in that way. Though it would appear that was correct? Question mark? Yep, just 2 more steps. Okay, so east is now south, which means this must be west. Except it isn't, because I fucked up, because I should have actually gone backwards there. And that's where the crapshoot kind of comes from. What I should have taken into consideration was the fact that I was going this way to go west, which means I should have went the exact opposite. I wish this thing would only point in doorway directions, just so you don't have to do the extra layer there. Apparently my brain is not attaching to that properly right now. So... down means east is that way. Means west is that way. That way? Yep, that one counted, which means this is still the correct direction. Now it's rotated 1 to the left, which means I need to rotate 1 to the right, which means it'll be this way. Now it's rotated 1 more, which means... it should be this way? Nope. Should have gone a step... See, the problem is, I can't fucking keep track of the information. I know the information, but I'm not keeping correct track of where each shadow position is each time. Fucking... piss poor attention span. Because the problem is, I lost the memory of where the shadow started. So brain just kind of shit the bed on that entirely. I should have just reprocessed based on where the shadow was sitting at the time, instead of trying to just go for it. But if it's in the normal direction, then this should be west. And this should be west again, but just to verify. Okay, so it's rotated down by 1. So east is now where south was. So east went to south. So south is over there, west is up. Which means this should be west? Nope. Fuck's sake. This is why the slight rotation of the fucking angle screws with my head so badly. Okay, so east is currently that way. Which... this was not west when it was pointed like that before. Yeah, see, that's incorrect. Okay, so east is above me, which means west is down. Is that way? Yes. So go this way again. I'm sorry this is taking this long, just for some reason, like I said, my brain is just struggling with this really badly. And I can't really give you a good explanation why. Okay, that should be all the wests. Now I need to go north. So if east is that way, then... So north is just one rotation to the left from east. So if it's pointed that way, it's that way. Except it put me back to fucking going west again. Ah, did I count my wests wrong again? I fucking hate this shit so much. Like, there's just something about the speed this is going at as well that's just fucking with me. This should not be taking this long. This is not difficult. I understand exactly what it's telling me. I just keep reading what it's telling me wrong over and over again, apparently. Okay, so that's east, which means that way's west. Is it up there or down there? I feel like when it was pointing this way, it was this one? Just 2 more steps. So if while it was down there, that way was west, that means it should be this one now. Now we're back here again, so it should be this one. Now north, okay. I should have double-checked with the Tenko whether I had gone to the point where I needed to go north or not. That one's on me. But if east and west are now inverted, which east being left would imply, that means north is now south. Does that mean it's this way or this way? So tempted to save state right now. I'm gonna go with this one. I reset it again. Hate it here. So, east is currently where north would be. Which means everything's rotated 1 step to the left. West is, of course, down there. Is this the one for that direction? No. Ugh. Like, the problem is, I feel like my sense of direction isn't what's being fucked with. I just cannot follow along with what they're doing here. Okay, so east is north, west is south. That one? Now it's down there, so it should be... Nope, I fucking did the wrong one again. See, all this would take is if this fucking thing was either south was actually down and north was actually up and left and right were left and right, or the shadow could only point in any of the diagonals. The combination thereof is just making this collapse for me, and it is driving me batty. Because the problem is, it would be fine if I had to actually navigate the direction I was physically moving based on where my shadow was. Because as you've seen, I can tell exactly which direction the shadow is pointing now, but I cannot always translate that to one of these 4 specific directions, because they don't line up. So sometimes I just take a bad 50-50. It is so frustrating. Right now, Shadow is pointing south, which means east is south, which means west is north. East is now north, which means west is now south. It's this way. That's why they're telling you the upper left and lower left and everything. And I acknowledge that, but it's the times where the shadow is in between, which still doesn't quite line up. Because I start getting thrown off by the times where the direction I went should have been correct, but it wasn't. And then it just throws my entire figuring out the window. So now west and east are flipped. So west is this way. So if west is east, then it should be lower right. Like, basically, at the end of the day, I overcomplicated this for myself because of the way my thought process goes. And I apologize for that, but unfortunately, that's just the way my brain is. Okay, so if east is actually east and north is actually north, which means I should actually just go this way. Now east is west, which means north is down here. And we've made it. It only took an entire age to accomplish this. This is it. This is the Soul Flower. This flower will show us Soul City's route and current location. Astrotenko has gotten the Soul Flower data. Alright, now we know Soul City's route. Drac, leave this forest and head north. Head to Skyview Plaza. From there, you can fly to the city in the sky. I don't know how to feel about the fact that 16 minutes and there was still a C rank. I'm still very upset with myself about this, because it really isn't complicated. Oh, fuck's sake. No, you know what? No, we're not playing along with your stupid nonsense anymore. Get me out of here. Like, let this be a lesson that the simplest of puzzles can somehow still derail you, even if you fully understand what the assignment is. At the face of the assignment, you can just miss a key factor somewhere and the whole thing can be a disaster. Okay, but here in the Valley of Ice, we have things simple again. I just have to commit horrible acts of violence upon anything that offends me. An ice block. Once a block is pushed, it won't stop until it hits something. Keep that in mind. Yeah, there's ice blocks there. I see them. I see what the idea here is, too, and this is incredibly simple. You just push it this way. Then you push it up. Then you push it in there. There you go. Of course, we've got a whole tier higher enemies here, it seems. Oh, I see the problem. making a loud enough noise when I splash in the puddle that it's setting them off. I was wondering why they were just kind of freaking out occasionally. Now I know, it's because of the puddle. Which, the puddle I made, admittedly. And I can't charge in here. Doesn't seem to be a skylight around. Let's check over this way before we open the key door, though, in case there is a skylight here. Because we have drained basically our entire battery killing those guys. Re-killing those guys, I guess. Okay, so there's an ice block down here. And an ice block up here. Presumably the idea... Yeah, no, it's actually very simple. Okay, I see exactly what they want me to do. Thing. No, there's a fundamental problem with the way I was gonna do that. Is the idea would be to push this ice block down into this gap, and then push this one up and over to hit the wall. That doesn't work, because this one won't hit the ramp. Is all you'll do when you try to push it in front of the ramp is it'll go up here and hit the wall. That doesn't work. But if I push this down and try to slide it this way, that similarly doesn't work because it just hits this wall. But the only place this block can go is into this gap. There isn't any other place it can go. Is the only way we can access it is from this side of the block, which means we can only push it this way. So there's no reason for me to not to push that block into the gap that it goes into, because there's nowhere else for it to go. Doesn't matter where it ends up. But we now have a fundamental problem of what do we do from here? Because if I push the block to the wall down there, all that does is get the block wedged against that wall, and the only place I could push it would be up to the eye. And then from the eye, it would only be able to go into the doorway or up into this corner. Neither of which is helpful. Does this say something useful? Sometimes you can't continue by just moving blocks. Destroy the blocks that stand in your way. You can melt ice blocks with the flame lens. Okay. But how does that help me? Because these blocks aren't in the way, really. That implies, though, that I'm supposed to put them in a position where they are in each other's way. And then I have to remove the block afterwards. With that information in mind, what do I do here? Let me reset this, because that changes the situation. What does melting either of these actually, in reality, do for me? That's something I'm not getting out of this, is what does that actually do for me? It's like, that leaves me thinking that this is the one I melt, but why would I melt it? It's not in the way of anything. There's an implication that I'm meant to destroy something. But neither of these are in a position where it would benefit me at all to destroy them. Like, if I could somehow push this one up into here and get it stuck, then I'd understand. But at the same time, pushing it up there would be beneficial to me. Wait a minute. I'm such a fool. It is once again sublimely simple. Okay. Oh, because I didn't have the flame lens actually equipped, even though it was hovered over the flame lens. I am just, like, not with it today. That explains why time went so fast earlier, is I must just be, like, out of it in a way I'm not processing today. Were you really just sitting there, huh? Here. Get interested in that. Goodbye. Oh, god damn it. Good thing I grew some extra solar nuts. Okay. I guess if I'm too close, it doesn't count. Tornado solar gun frame. I'm gonna assume that's a better spinning frame. Yep. That is... I'm gonna assume there's a better one than that. I was gonna say it's the best one, but I'm assuming there's an A rank version of it. So, let's go ahead and go back to the swordsman. Coming through. I really thought I could just squeeze past him, forgetting what I'm doing here. Yeah, let's switch back to the soul frame. We already have the key, don't we? Sure do, we got it on the other side. That entire endeavor on the left was just for the tornado frame. You can debate whether that was worth it or not. I don't know how that hit that mimic over there, but I'll take it. When I pointed at this chest here, there went all my energy again, though. This is just drinking my energy dry somehow. Well, thankfully, we have a bit of energy in here. Just a bit. That admittedly, I think, built up because of the time I was spending with the sun fully up and speed up going to grow plants. So we basically, like, have an infinite supply there, which is not what I really intended to do. Okay. Eliminating him really didn't amount to much. Damn squeaky toy zombies. Okay, this is screwing with me too. Anybody else notice that this line's not entirely even? Like, it's bent slightly? This whole corridor right here isn't in alignment with the rest of the room. And it's so fucking with me. Okay, so I need to push this block in such a way, presumably, that I get it down there. But that is, for all intents and purposes, physically impossible. Though, wait, no, I'm barking up the wrong tree entirely. Why would I even be building a bridge to get here? There's no point to getting here. But why... I'm I'm realizing now that there's not much point to even doing what else I was considering. Is we've got a block here. The only moves we can make with it are to push it here, which allows us then to push it up here, which accomplishes nothing. Is the only place to push it from there would be to push it in here, and then you could go nowhere with it. And the block that's up here, which technically there's more moves to make with this block, but only one of them does anything. Well, technically two of them. I can push it down and left and push it into the opening directly above me, or I could push it against the wall and then push it down and drop it to where I'm standing. Now you may be thinking, well, what does either of those do for you? And the answer to the second thought may surprise you, is it'll actually make sense here in a second, because I just realized why you want to do that. Is if you don't know what you're supposed to do here, it's because you're not thinking about the fact that I'm stupid. I misjudged the distances there, and that actually does not in fact work the way I thought it was going to. Because I've done it backwards. So going the other way doesn't work, because I can't push the block down. If I could just push this block that lands here down, we'd be in business immediately, because it would hit here, go in here, and be good. So I'm back to the drawing board, actually, then. I thought I had something there, but I counted the block spaces wrong. I, for some reason, thought having a block here meant there wasn't going to be a problem with this space here. This would somehow be completely filled, and then you just push it that way. But obviously, that's not how that works. Having this many puzzles come up at the point where apparently my brain is just falling out of my ass is, definitely an experience. Definitely a fascinating endeavor to be dealing with. Like, I feel like the only play is still to do exactly what I did there for this block. But the other clever thought I'd had was to push the other block up into that, which is why I did that, and then remove this block. But in hindsight, all that does is allow me to push the block that gets pushed up here back to where it started, except it would be even worse because it'd be all up against that wall over there, which doesn't help anything. Alternatively, I push this block to where this one currently is, and then push it down, but all that does is leave me with a block here. Which then succeeds. Okay, hang on, that is exactly what I need to do. I'm drawing all my lines in my head incorrectly. Which I partially blame the fact that this is all misaligned up here for the fact that that's happening. So one would think that since these blocks don't stop until they hit something, that the block would proceed until it hits here. Which would work either way, I might add, but it'll make sense more in a second here. Because now we push it over here, we push it down to this pillar, which is why this pillar is here, by the way. And then you push it up into there, and boom! You've now achieved your goal. now for a fight. How refreshing. Annihilate all enemies. Okay, so we got mummies and we got tentacles. Set that mummy on fire and let him sort himself out. Oh, we died because the game bumped me into him twice, even though I only input to bump into him once. That was because I wasn't paying enough attention. Fuck's sake, I'm just such a mess today. I'm sorry, everybody. Like, I am just not on my game today, apparently. And the argument can be made, of course, you know, we all have those days, but I really do not like having a day like this. Well, I don't like having a day like this to begin with, but a day like this when I'm trying to finish something is way worse. Especially when we were having, like, no problems with this at all yesterday. Like, occasionally I'd be slightly confused by something, but I'd figure it out. Today, just basic puzzles are eluding me. On the bright side, we get to enjoy this music while I recharge my gun. There we go. Oh, okay, I thought there was like a second set of them popping up or something. There we go, we level up the flame aim now, so that's good. And now we get the key for the door finally. Get a key for going in. And if this week's schedule, if this month's schedule, rather, wasn't so busy, I would have just shelved continuing this for today. Because my brain, like I said, is just not on task, but I don't really have that as an option too much if I want to get the second one in. Because if you think about it, we've only got 3 weeks left in October. Technically, only 2 of them are available to me, because next week is probably going to be like all Next Fest. So that then means I have 2 weeks to get Parasite Eve 2 done, Boktai 2 done, not to mention any of the other things I want to get in, of which there are a fair few things I want to fit in this month as well. So you can kind of start to see the problem. Okay, we've done all the regular dungeons of this area, so let's go to Soul City and then we'll head on our way further. Here, from here we can fly to Soul City. Use this warp magic square to fly to Soul City. We can go as soon as we're ready, Drac. And away! Soul City, 3:55 p.m. Sunset in 2 hours and 42 minutes. We made it safely. This is Soul City, the ancient capital built by the Solar Children. Now it is completely deserted. I don't know what Sabata wants, but for now this is our only lead. Stay alert, Drac. May the sun be with you. Be careful, Drac. If you get blown off by the wind, you'll fall all the way to the ground. Or high in the sky, if you fell, no one could save you. Try to stay in the middle of the path. Oh, goody. This totally wasn't a big enough problem in Dark Alliance 2 or anything where I was getting shoved off. We're gonna have a lot of deaths here, I think. On the bright side, it let me continue where I fell off, so that's kind of them. Problem is, it's very easy to overcorrect. Oh, so the wind gets weaker with less... Oh, I found a hidden full heal. Ow. Well, that seems kind of goofy. Oh, fuck's sake. Doesn't help that there's a little bit of give to when you fall off these edges as well. Like, if you so much as brush the edge, you're going off. But now that the wind isn't constantly shoving me around, it's not as bad. We just have to sacrifice having any access to energy. Which, that's fine. We just went through an entire dungeon that I didn't have access to energy really in, so it's fine. And I already don't have access to much energy personally today, it seems. Just weird, like, I woke up this morning feeling good, and then just a couple hours afterwards, just everything apparently just started going off the cliff. And I still feel fine, just my brain is foggy as hell again, apparently. And that is the joy of trying to do diagonals with a D-pad. Where it sometimes just decides, no, you wanted to go just left, right? It's like, for context for those who don't understand why I'm saying that just having a foggy brain at all is an improvement, I've been having, like, small headaches on and off for a while, sore throat, and just, like, weird bits here and there a lot. Which still makes me wonder if I've been sick this whole time, but I'm still not sure about that one. Is that a drain? An air shaft? Well, since we have no other way, you'll have to climb inside. But you won't fit as big as you are. There's a solar fruit that makes you smaller. Do you have it, Drac? No, I don't. Why would I have a fruit that makes me smaller? At no point has it been indicated that I would need such a thing. Unless they mean, like, maybe the evil banana or something does it? It's got the makes you stronger butt. Nope. That didn't do anything. Maybe one of the mushrooms does it? No, that seems to have made me, like, invisible or something? Like I'm partially transparent? Not that one. There we go. I figured it had to be one that you would commonly get. I just didn't know which one it would be. But I considered the banana first because of the fact that it was listed as having a consequence. And I figured if it made you stronger but smaller, it would make the strength increase less effective. What do these do? They change direction when I click on them. Okay. The floating objects are solar mirrors. They move solar energy around Soul City. If you hit it with a solar shot, your shot's ray will be bent 90 degrees. Press the A button near the mirror to turn it 90 degrees. That way you can control the angle of your shot. If the mirror gets in your way, hit it with a spread to break it. Remember how to use these solar mirrors, Drac. Okay, there's a bird. Oh, they are petrifying me. Love that for me. Roast the cockatrice. Now I need to actually use a frame that has a shot to it. Probably the Crusader, so I don't fire like a pile of shots incorrectly. Why? Like, I guess this room is just teaching you about the mirrors, because I don't see a reason to use the mirrors in this room at all. There's nothing to, like, hit with a reflected shot. I do appreciate the fact that because of the way these mirrors are shaped, they can be a little weird. So they drew those red lines on top of them to tell you where it'll send your shot. Which is very helpful. It looks like this was just a completely optional side bit over here. Because otherwise, the way those are designed is a little unclear, visually. So without those red lines, it would be kind of a nightmare to deal with them. Where did I put my red mushrooms? There we go. I'm glad I grew a bunch of extra red mushrooms, because otherwise I would have only had like one for this part. And I would have to have left and come back. Because without any foreknowledge, why would you even have extra red mushrooms? They really have never been relevant till now. It's a little bit of a weird one. Though they do give you a few here and there in here. So you might still be able to do it with just what's in here. Okay, yeah, they're giving a lot more now. Never mind. Is this gonna be another one? Nope, banana. Okay, so you probably could get through it with the amount you naturally would have found then. As long as you don't have to repeat any paths. Yep, I can't push anything when I'm tiny, though. Now we can make our way back there and pull this lever. Ah, that's what fills that hole. It's an elevator. I wondered why there was just kind of a hole over here. Up we go. Okay, so we got another shrink path there. Tiptoe nut. Let's go ahead and go the shrink route first. Go, tiny me, go! You'll never catch me, I'm too small. Oh, I can't even open boxes when I'm tiny. You know what? That makes nothing but sense. If I had thought about the fact that I couldn't open things while small, I would have went over there and gone through that gap before doing that. Oh, right, we're still on fire mode. Which isn't going to be as effective against these guys. There we go. Of course it's a mimic. I don't have enough energy to be dealing with you and your shit. Speaking of things I don't have energy for, I didn't even realize there was a room there until I got punted into it. Great. This is just how this is gonna go, huh? Just gonna get camped into this room by this roly-poly fuck over here. Anyway. I was waiting for this to also be a mimic just to offend me further. Through the hole we go. It's a shame we can't willingly untransform. Uh-oh. Hi, Sabat. My voice is almost as high as yours now. Welcome to Soul City, Drac. Can you see the tower rising above downtown? Someone is there at the top, waiting for you. Wait just a moment, Sabata. What are you scheming? Drac, attack! Let's settle things here and now. I'm a little small to be doing that. I don't know if that's a good idea. Hey, can we just wait a minute till I'm normal size, then we can really fight? Or you're just as confused as I am, you know what? Fair enough. Ow. Yep, kind of expected that move. You're just gonna keep dodging my attacks and then hitting me. I see your little scheme here. Okay, so if you don't take regular hits... Also, yeah, I can't charge here. I kind of... Oh, right, because the solar sensor's all the way down. Hold that thought, Sabata. There we go. My, Drac. Your friend is out for blood. We'll settle things when the time is right. I told you, didn't I? But for now, there are still a few things I'd like you to do for me. Head for the tower if you want to save Moon Beauty. Sorry, Drac. I acted a little rashly just now. Unfortunately, for now, we must do what he says. I used too much energy opening the warp magic square. I can't summon the pile driver quite yet. Hurry to the center of the city. There should be an express elevator to the top at the tower base. I mean, to be fair, we don't even know enough about what Sabata is or what's going on with Sabata yet to know if a pile driver would even matter. Nor do we have any confirmation that there's an immortal on site here at all to know whether we would need the pile driver. And it couldn't hurt to have it, but... Okay, so that just led to the same room. So we got a door there and a door up top. Also, fascinating that you can't fall off of here. You can fall off of the equally unrailed areas where the wind is, just because the wind is present. Two bombs, okay. I really should use more of those, considering how many I have. Because it makes much shorter work of things like those golems. But I don't want to end up accidentally wasting any of them, so I unequip them, and then with them unequipped, I just forget they exist. Hang on. What is this? Er? You ever get one of those notifications where you feel like you're just missing a massive amount of context? Ah, okay. There we go. Now it makes sense. It was another one of those notifications where the piece of it you see is very concerning. So I just had to stop and look at that for a second and make sure I understood what I was looking at. Make sure I don't have to go check on someone immediately. Okay, so this one looks like it might actually need me to do math. So we got 6 times something, and then something 4, which equals 3. So what we do then is 6 times 2 divided by a 4, which will make 3. Because you make 12, which then is divided by 4 to make 3. There's one thing my brain can always do, it's basic math. You know, that's ridiculous timing for a bot named Glum Frustration to show up on a day like today. Okay, goddamn. Give me enough apples there, game? God. They gave me 31 apples. But why, though? is happening? Okay, there's another room we get locked in up there. And a path there. Well, the lock-in room loops back, so let's quickly clear that up in case there's something useful in here. So it looks like, you know, this is an important connecting point to a bunch of places, so this is worth doing. I just, you know, as you might imagine, regret coming in here because of the amount of golems. Of course they don't reach him there. Why would they? There we go. Thankfully, grenades were still fresh in my mind right then. Got Earth 1 solar lens. So we had to defeat specific guardians to get Flame and Frost, but we just fight a handful of golems and we get the Earth lens. Interesting. It's just one of those things where it's just like, huh. Really should use scan more often too, probably. It's fine. So let's see. That way leads back to where we came from, so there's no point in going that way. What about this way? Into another trap! Oh no! No, it's a paracockatrice. Lovely. Annihilate all enemies. Yeah, joke's on you. I can shoot you through the wall. I don't have to fight fair. Fighting fair is for suckers. There certainly is a lot of them, and they're very unhappy with me. You know... No, we've already used a lot of bombs. Let's not use them all up just yet. We don't know what else we're gonna need them for at any point. And while I could farm more of them, I don't really want to. Especially when we can just kind of bully them from around the corner like this. There we go. The joys of superior range. Okay, a lot of lemons. And a lot more bananas as well. Okay. And... a bunch of tiptoe fruit. Okay, sure. What are the lemons again? Aren't they the solar nuts? No, they were the speed nuts that I haven't been using. Wish the music would keep going when I'm in the menu, but I understand. Okay, so that's all cleared up. We can go forward now without feeling like I'm missing anything. Very good. Because while I'm not really, like, aiming for inherent 100% of the game, I am trying to at least not leave anything useful behind too much, if that makes sense. Like, I'm obviously not hunting down every single hidden item or anything. I'm just not leaving obvious paths unturned. I, for some reason, did not expect that to take me upward. Oh, but this heals me at least, so that's nice. Gonna recharge our gun completely while we're here, too. Because if they're giving me a healing spot, I feel like I'm about to be in for something here. I really thought that was gonna be the platform there, not that was just going to be death. Can't blame the game for that one, but I can blame the perspective a little bit. It did look a little low, but I I really just didn't question it enough. Really? You don't burn those? I mean, I guess Earth is for healing plants, so... Oh, it's because you wanted to turn into a ramp. Okay, I thought I just needed to get it out of my way to get around to the other part on that layer, not use it to get up to this layer. But I don't know what it is about isometric angles, but sometimes it just... I cannot parse it. It is definitely worse on my eyes on some systems than others, but I cannot say that it's like exclusively a Game Boy Advance problem. Though I will say some definitely feel flatter than others. For lack of a better way of explaining the reasoning behind why I can't always tell where things are. Okay, so we got 2 bombs there. We got a hole to go through there. We've got this backtrack spot here. Let's check this first. Got an elevator. So I assume explains the ramps. Track. That plant over there is a solar root, a plant native to Soul City. It lives off the solar energy that showers the Earth. If it looks off color, equip the Earth lens and use the spread. Go on, make it happy. I'm surprised he didn't say make it happy, make it snappy. Okay, so that just leads back to where we were. That is exactly what I expected, but not as good as I'd hoped. I was kind of hoping maybe that would, like, lead up to a treasure on the way back up. As we'll take the free energy while it's here. At the rate I'm burning through energy. Okay, I am equipped with the triple, just... Brain had a moment there where it's like, I only have 2 pips there. Got quad. Hey, what do you know? Just as soon as I was questioning my battery situation, we got a battery upgrade. Okay, so all of the blue spaces can disappear. I gotta be careful. Some scan grenades. Thankfully, as long as I'm quick, it doesn't seem like it's much of a big deal. Okay, these all can disappear here. I did not really want to destroy that, but, well, it doesn't much matter that I destroyed that, if I'm honest. Thinking about it, if this game were to be randomized, I feel like the randomization for this could be a nightmare because of the hidden items. Like, could you imagine if you had to, like, find every invisible item in order to be able to do what you would need to do? That would just be so brutal. I think this is the same room we were in. No, because I killed the big guy that was in that room. Okay, there must be an immortal around because there's one of those solar spots that keeps an immortal in check. Where does this take me? Cross, okay. Oh. Whole other area over here. This place is huge. But then again, it is a city. I don't know what I really was expecting when they told me I was going to a city, as far as it not being big goes. But what do I know, right? Come on. There we go. Away. I feel like this is leading me all the way back, though. Sure is. Like, part of that was obviously different territory, but after a bit it started to look the same, and I'm like, should I follow this up? Like, well, I may as well to make sure. Yeah, because the one that's going away right now was the one we had taken before, and then this one was the one we just took now. So we want to take this one to get back to where we were. So what about down there? Is there something down there? Maybe there's an item down there. Maybe there's the wonderful thing known as disappointment waiting for me over here. And there's a bunch of connections over here still. But the one going back that way is useless to me. I want the one that's going that way. I know that's useless to anybody watching this audio only, but understand that I don't really have a better way of indicating that. Because I could say, like, north, east, and west, but that only helps so much because most of these are not actually, in fact, in those directions either. I also can't help but notice that this was a dead end. Oh great, falling off puts me all the way back to the beginning, right? In hindsight, if I was gonna do that, I should have went and got the items and then jumped off after having entered the room from the place I'm trying to get back to, so that I could have just warped back to that door. Since death is no longer really a relevant concept for me anymore. Oh yeah, this is gonna take me back to the beginning of that bit. I don't want to go that way. Take me back. Take me the other way. Take me away. God damn you. If I'm already yawning and such now, I'm very worried about how tired I'm gonna get by the time we get to the end of this. Because I have to imagine that this is gonna take, like the same amount of time yesterday did. So, like, roughly 5 or 6 hours worth total. So we got another, like, 3 or 4 hours left before we're done. I say potentially 6, because even though I tried to split this evenly, the fact that I took so long getting through the Delusion Forest really does make me think it's gonna take extra time overall. But I may get through other things faster. Who knows? So how long the beat time might be taking into account the fact that people are going to be having a rough go with the Delusion Forest. How do these mimics always manage to show up when I'm in a vulnerable position? Every time. And somehow. Get more bombs. Let's heal up a bit before we go check the other one in case it's another mimic. Nope, it wasn't. I really thought for some reason this was going to be a staircase that leads out of the area. Not a staircase that leads to nowhere. So what is the point to this area over here? I guess just for the items, right? That would be the only reason to be over here? Also, for anyone keeping track, I just want to make note of the fact that it says 20th floor down there in the bottom right. Just bear that in mind. take that into consideration when I say this place is big. So admittedly, I think we skip a few floors a few times, because if we look at the map, we got floor 1. Yeah, we skip a lot of floors. We have floor 1, floor 20, 21, 50, and 99. So it's actually only 4 floors. But that's still more than a lot of dungeons we've dealt with have had. Oh, there was still another one of you bird brains alive, huh? 2 of you, in fact. Love that for you, hate that for me. Goodbye. Just not even gonna take the time to deal with you anymore. Okay, now we're back to where we got the battery. Which is not really where I was trying to go, but I needed to get away from the birds. Who followed me all the way over here in a very upsetting turn of events. Like, just because I'm a streamer and I don't mind people following me doesn't mean I want things like that following me around. Honestly, that's the bad kind of following, just in general. See, some could say that that's a perfect segue for telling people about the follow button, but I know you all know about the follow button already. I don't need to tell you. You're all smart people out there. You can figure out what a button is. I may question the sense of the internet a lot, but I do not necessarily doubt the average intelligence entirely. Specific intelligence, I absolutely do question a lot. General intelligence, admittedly kind of a mixed bag on that one. I think it's kind of a thing of, like, under certain circumstances, the average person's actually very intelligent. And then, unfortunately, about certain topics, the average person is very stupid. So it drives the average down. I don't think we've had an actual carrot-colored carrot. I think the only carrot I've seen was the fast one. 4 cockatrice statues. They look like females. These are new additions. Is this the Immortals doing? The petrifying rays from the males. Is this a trap? No, it's a puzzle. I assume I need to send the petrifying ray somewhere. Probably to the females. Ooh, times 2 carrots, so I can double the output of my plants. You know, I felt bad for growing a lot of extra plants using speed up and such earlier today. I'm now realizing they kind of intend you to grow a bunch of stuff if they're giving you speed ups and doublers and things like that. Oh, man, do I wish I had ended the session here yesterday instead now, so I could have had the advantage of those doublers. Oh well. I move this block up here out of the way of the beam, it just ends up hitting that block instead, so that doesn't help anything. What I need to do, I guess, is push it down so that I can push the other block down. Yeah. Because now the beam travels through whenever I'm not in the way. Bingo. So that activates one of the statues and opens some of the doors. I assume it's a situation of each of the statues will open different doors. Of course, now these blocks are in my damn way. They're not really in the way. They're just in the way of the specific path I was trying to take. We've got that door there. The paths up there we've opened. Let's go ahead and go through this door first, I guess, because it's right here. This is where the express elevator picks up, but looks like the elevator's stuck. Those cockatrice statues outside are suspicious. Could they be a switch? Male and female cockatrices. Got it, Drac? Yeah, it's almost like I solved the first step of the puzzle already there, Atenko. Oh, there's invisible guys here. Okay. Yep, there he is. Just needed to turn the light down a little bit. Right, that's why I was usually running around with just 2 light instead of 3. Is to ensure that the invisible guys would never be a problem. Okay, I need to shrink for this. Where is my rich room? There we go. Wow, that crosses a lot of distance, actually. Oh, this is back in this place. Okay, I know where we are. Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. Gotta go fast. I was absolutely gonna see if I could still charge my gun in tiny form. Just, hiya! Okay. This way. Also, because of course it is, this game is giving me an idea for yet another piece of art to make. As if I don't already have like 12 pieces backed up right now. There's no way that this is as simple as just break that mirror in the middle, right? So looking at where the other mirrors are, there's no beneficial angle to bouncing them off the other mirrors. I assume I need to go down here to get around to where that one is anyway. Yep, now we're here. Total fires. No, there is a reason to do it because there's a mirror over there. Okay. I just need to not break any of the mirrors then. Otherwise, I'll make it a lot more complicated than it needs to be. They're hiding amongst the mirrors and being jerks. Thankfully, this one got petrified, so I can eliminate him very easily. There we go, teamwork with the statue there. Wait for it to fire. Rotate it. Rotate it again. Would have been very funny if it had just worked immediately. Okay, this one needs to go, though. This one's in the way. And then up it goes, right to where I want it. Nice and easy. Okay, but that one doesn't open any doors, apparently. Life may have many doors, Ed Boy, but not any that are opened by that. I do appreciate that these statues also deactivate after their requisite target is hit. Makes it very nice for me to get back out of here. Otherwise I have to be dodging shots the whole way back too. Not that they're hard to dodge particularly, but convenience is still convenience, you know? Gee, you can't hit me, but I can hit you. I don't know if I needed to rotate that mirror, but I rotated it just in case. This does seem like I've got like a you're gonna have to shoot around the world scenario here. Wait, let me just go ahead and turn the solar sensor up while I do this. Just so we charge at some decent rate, because we have a lot of energy to charge these days. There we go. So clearly we want one to hit it that way. Neener. My weapon ignores height, but yours doesn't. Imagine if we could actually have the living cockatrices set off the statue switches, because they fire the same petrification beams as far as we know and can tell. But I suppose that really wouldn't help as much as I want to convince myself it would, because they're not really in any good positions for that. But it would still be very funny. At least to a certain part of my brain. Good God, where's the origin point here? Oh, there it is. So it goes off that one, above this one, into this one. And then over that, into that one. Okay, so the ones at other heights we don't need to worry about. It's all the higher ones that I need to take care of then. Right now, that's just flying off into nothingness. It needs to get to this one, because this one's the one that fires into the statue. Which presumably means it needs to be able to hit this one. Because this one will hit it into that one. Which means it needs to hit this one. Which is currently misaligned for doing. Ack. How would I... How do I get over there? So judging from the statues over there, I don't think... the ones over here are relevant to what I'm doing over here. I think the ones on the right-hand side here are separate from the ones on the left. Okay. So I think I'm locked into having it rotated going that way. Because if I rotate it back this way, this is how it started. And all it does is go down to that one and go left. Which doesn't help, because I'm pretty sure I can't get to that one right now. And all it would do is fire it back the down and right. What's upsetting is if it... all it would need is for it to just hit this one in front of me, and I could sort this whole thing out. But it won't. So there must be some other alteration I need to make. Make this entire situation work. Problem is, that just makes it hit the wall, so that doesn't do it. So right now that one's hitting a wall, so maybe that's the problem. Does that hit this one that's over here? No, it doesn't. So no matter which way I turn that particular link in the chain, it doesn't work. So I think that one's the problem, and it needs to be destroyed. Because it's in the path leading to the one that I do need. And that's the entire problem. I was overthinking it because I wasn't just considering breaking the mirror. And now all the ones that were needed for that segment also break, so they're removed from contention. Which, can I just say that I appreciate that to no end, that they remove mirrors that are no longer relevant? Because it would be so easy for this to get so confusing if all of the mirrors were still in play. Because of how near to each other some of these puzzles are. Okay, I need to go through this upper door, I presume, in order to access the upper puzzle. That just makes the most sense. Yeah, because this room's just so big that they had to separate it a bit. Yeah, there's two of them firing. That's what I thought was happening. I just didn't appropriately track the shots of both. Ah! It's also hard to find a spot to stand... Oh no, there's 4 of them. Never mind. It's very hard to find a spot to stand with 4 of them shooting, where I can actually look at this. This mess. Do I need all of them? I would assume I only need 1 of them. But the problem's gonna be only 1 of them is on the path that actually goes in the correct direction. Okay, so statue is there, which means I need this one to hit it. Or this one. And I think it's actually this one, and this one's a red herring. Because no matter which way this one points, there's nothing to the sides of it that it would need, so this gets eliminated. Means I need this one. Means I need this one. Facing like that, to properly deflect it into that mirror. That means this one is our target. Which means I need this one. Son of a bitch. There we go, job's done. It's very hazardous, but it works. And now the express elevator is active. There's also a green chest up on top there that I would like to get to. So let's go figure that out. So I don't know if that's a frame or what, but I would absolutely want to find out. There's also this room. Have I been in here already? I have been in here already. How does one green chest? Unless I, like, jump off the express elevator like a wacky person. Nope. There we go. It is just walk up the stairs. It was a life fruit. That was enough for another max health increase. I'm very glad I checked. I get the distinct feeling I'm gonna need all the health I can get. There's also this elevator. Oh no, this moving bridge here. I thought this was gonna lift up, not across. So where does this go? Is this like a shortcut all the way? Yeah, this is a shortcut like most of the way back. Okay. Don't really know why I would need that, but thank you. But I guess it does lead to the solar bank. Maybe in case you needed that before you go up the express elevator where I presume the fight's gonna take place. Because we were told that someone was waiting for us at the top of the tower. So it would make the most sense for the top of the tower to be dangerous to us. We haven't saved at all this session, so saving now seems like a good idea. Alright, now we can use the express elevator. We should be able to go right to the top. I have no idea what may be waiting for us up there. Stay alert. May the sun be with you. Look at all those irrelevant floors we're passing. Can't help but notice we just kind of left the building there. 5 bombs. Apple. Apple. Solar fruit. I was half expecting it to be just like a bunch of bombs, if I'm honest. Okay. Snatches of a conversation can be heard. Please. Queen Will, terrible dark. Camilla. The only way, Moon Beauty, Queen. Entrust to me. I am immortal. Think I don't know? For now I cannot again. But if my life remains, all of me. Who is Sabata talking to? Hi, eavesdropping? Bad manners for someone who calls himself a messenger of the sun. She's waiting. Go, Drac. Really just pulling the strings on all of this, huh? It's probably a trap. I'll go first. What are you gonna do by going first? Ah! Well, that went well. Maybe you should have had the one with the gun go first. You're finally here. If you hadn't come, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Farewell, son. Drag. I think this may be it for me. With my last bit of energy, I'll put the pile driver where you fought Sabata. Defeat her. Save Mani Moon Beauty. May the sun be with you. I'm sorry. Ringo. Yeah, he just exploded. I think that's the first thing our characters said the entire game, too. You lost your friend, and still you would fight. Well, you kinda killed him, so we have even more reason to fight you in particular now. Fine. Now it's your turn.
Come to me.
Now, the important question is... Oh, no, you are Medusa. Oh, no, you are Carmilla. Okay, I was gonna say, I assume she's Carmilla based on the name that got mentioned in the conversation we overheard. But big Medusa vibes from the design here. I am Carmilla. I am Banshee the Deathbringer. Moonchild, the hunter who shares Sabata's blood. You foolish, ignorant boy. Now you'll pay for your misdeeds. Gotta watch out for the tail, I presume. Oh, you've got like a bouncing shot I gotta watch out for too. Okay. Ow. Okay, but what if, though, I just break all of your mirrors? Wait, no, I'm a silly man. Remember how Medusa was defeated? One of the ways Medusa was defeated. Of course, I've made a mess of it now.
Get ready for this.
Oh, she broke the mirrors when she did that one. God damn it. So we've got an idea now. I don't want that mirror. There you go, that's for you. Yeah, that does a lot of damage. Okay. We're onto something there. So that immediately pushed her back to the tail phase. Ding, ding. I'm gonna go back to her too, though I don't know if it'll count. Get the feeling she's upset about me throwing her own blasts back at her face. Because honestly, I could understand being upset about that. I fucked that one up so badly. God damn it. Okay, that one will work, though. That didn't hit her nearly as hard, though, for some reason. Yeah, and attacking her directly is doing, like, nothing. I didn't see where that shot was. That one will work. No, I just went past her. God damn it. Ah! I can't maneuver sometimes because the shots are just, like, in just the wrong place. So it's like, okay, if I take a step that way, I get hit. If I take a step that way, I get hit. What about this way? Nope, that gets me hit too. It's just so frustrating because this kid doesn't move that fast. Especially when there's a lot of projectiles flying around, it starts to really get some slowdown going. Oh, you're gonna summon friends now, huh? Oh, and they're stronger versions, too. No, I had a feeling it was gonna be a situation like this because of the cockatrice we saw earlier. Where her whole deal was gonna be petrification and everything. Just made the most sense. I fucking hit the button too quickly. That one's dead. That one got petrified by his partner. Thanks for the banana. Okay, let's actually use this correctly this time. Okay. Problem is, you can't always tell where she's going to send the shots herself. So you have to act pretty quickly on your opportunities. Like that one would have been a dead-on hit as well. There's probably like a speed way for this fight where you actually have one of the shots go around really slowly and then one go through a bit faster and hit her with both at the same time. God damn it! I ended up breaking both mirrors. That's a lot of years of bad luck right there. Oh no, she broke the mirror for me. That one will go the correct direction. None of them are hitting her directly. Oh, apparently that was enough to kill her though, because the tail tip counted. And I guess as a weak point too. That must be why when I didn't hit the body directly, some of them were counting as full damages because the tail counted. I just didn't even think about that. I was too busy trying to deal with all of the information in front of me. Purify her in the square outside. I'm glad even with you being dead, you can still nag me from beyond the grave, Otenku. But I suppose being a spirit, he's probably not dead. Probably just has to go into recovery for a while. Not really sure how their rules work. But I'm sure we'll find out by the end of this adventure. And I assume the elevator we used to go back the floating platform, rather, is for this. So we can get back to where we fought Sabata pretty quick. She's being surprisingly cooperative so far. I kind of figured she would have have started thrashing around by now. Oh, since the last few we had fought really annoyingly very quickly. Yep, there she goes. Stop it. Maybe she just doesn't mind the nap inside the container. It's a busy life being immortal, after all. Okay, now, which way to the pile driver from here? Because isn't the pile driver back on the other side of all the floating stuff over here? I think it is. So we're gonna want to go one room down. Except I went the wrong way to get there, but I think I can still activate this plant from up here. So it'll still work. There we go. Knock it off. I don't even know if blasting them when they start fighting actually does anything. If nothing else, it makes me feel better, because I feel like I'm doing something. Oh, right, I didn't kill those guys. Yeah, I know, I'm carting your boss around, and you don't like that. Guess I should just get rid of you, huh? Come with me. We're gonna keep those grenades at the ready this time. This is when I find out if I went across the Golden Bridge, I would have been there already, and I'm just gonna be upset. So, you know, sometimes better the path you know than the path you don't. Even if the path you don't know is faster. Because I've definitely had more than a few times where I'm like, oh, hey, this path would be way faster that I just learned about. But I don't know this path very well. Immediately takes a wrong turn, makes the path twice as long as it's supposed to be. And the whole thing just doesn't work. I'm so glad that these immortals are so very cooperative when they're in their container when we're on one of these floating platforms, by the way. Because the best way to escape me would be to just start shaking in their coffin while I'm on one of these little platforms where I have no way to escape it getting knocked off of there. Wait, no, that's the wrong way. I just was getting ready to take the first one that appeared to me. Oh, you son of a bitch. You really think you're gonna get away because of that, huh? Joke's on you, you just gave me a chance to recharge my gun. Come along. You're getting purified, and that's the end of that. There's no discussion to be had about this. I'm gonna blast you with a giant space laser, and you're gonna like it. And if you don't like it, well, too bad. It's happening anyway. Now, which way was it to the giant space laser from here? I think it's the green room over there. So I actually want to go this way. We had realized there was more than one way to get into that room. Hap, 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 hap. Oh, this is a fucking dead end, though. The map really does leave something to be desired sometimes, with where it shows you to be. It's like, oh yeah, where you are really isn't where you actually are, but you'll figure it out. Yep, there we go, there's the pile driver. Let's switch to the tornado, though, because the tornado will do a better job of hitting more than one of the things at a time if I need it to. I'm going to assume this, yep, this is a 4-beam job. So I can just spin here and hit 2 of them at a time. Spin here, two at a time, and save energy that way. The only problem will be is if she hits 2 opposite ones. Can't imagine why it would be so hot. You have homing shots that petrify, huh? Oh, and you shoot really frequently. Great. Love that. Thankfully, since I charged the meter up a lot, this is going to go relatively quickly. Drac, you cannot purify Carmilla with the coffin lid closed. She learned to shut the box. Hide the sensor from the sun to make her careless. Oh, that's clever. Come on. Up and up. Surprise! That really is silly. They really think that the sun just goes out that easily, huh? We just, like, put the lights out. It's kind of like closing the curtain and just being like, nope, the sun's gone. I closed the curtains. There's no sun anymore. There she goes. Yeah, we were in there for a while, so I'm not surprised that my rank wasn't great on that one. Another barrier is removed. Carmilla's done for. At least we've seen the last of that pesky spirit. Town of the Earth. Fiery Muspel. Ice Garmir. And Carmilla of the Wind. 2 immortals and 2 guardians, which have taken in the 4 elements. The 4 elemental powers they have gathered are pushing the Queen's dark castle toward the moon. Moon Beauty, Moonchild, the incredible undeadening power of the moon. Everything is going as the Queen planned. But I have something else in mind. Sabata, come back. Your mission is complete. The castle to the moon. Looks like I'll have to postpone our encounter. I am waiting. Got called home by the Queen, I presume. Though, one could definitely say that Sabata is sabotaging a bit here. Whether it be just for pure competitive nature, or just not wanting the Queen to get what she wants. Hard to say yet. We have no reason to be in here anymore. We've done our little battle. And the only reason I say that they might be sabotaging a bit is if they hadn't led us to Carmilla, we probably would have missed that one entirely. Master Drac, Master Atenko is the messenger of the sun. The sun's very will. As long as there's a sun in the sky, Master Atenko will be with you. In brighter news, the solar tree is growing new leaves and branches. That too is Master Atenko's will. Please take this. Got heal fruit. Take this too. Revive a fruit. Ooh. Is that like a save myself from dying fruit? When your life gauge reaches 0, revives you. Oh, that's the one I'm growing. I'm growing at least 2 of those. Let's plant another one of those, shall we? We'll plant this one with a speed up. Because those seem like something I want more of. Though I don't know how quickly we're gonna hit the end of the game, so we may not actually get to use those, depending on how long they take to grow. It had been a while since we checked on all of that, which is why I went back all the way. I could have just warped out of the dungeon itself, but I wanted to see what the situation there was, because we hadn't gotten called back by the solar tree or anything. So I was wondering a little bit there. But as it turns out, it's just because they are just that slow to grow. But it makes sense. If there were a revive item, it makes sense that they would take a while to grow. Yeah, this is the way I wanted to go. Because we didn't open the other paths, so we have to actually use the one single path in the middle. Not that I'm really sure why they even made multiple paths there to begin with. But I guess it helps make their map layout work a bit better. It would be a way around the tower. Thankfully, since we can just teleport through dungeons, it doesn't really matter. Which, yes, that's part of why I warped back as well, is because I knew you guys were stuck in ad hell. So I figured I'll just run back to the beginning for a moment and then run back up after having accumulated more resources, or hopefully having accumulated more resources. I say hopefully because for those that were in ads, we didn't get anything out of that. We gained one life fruit from her giving us one specifically, for the tree having grown further, and then I turned the one revival fruit she gave me into a plant in the hopes of getting more revival fruit. Okay, so we've got 4 dungeons here, and dead ends otherwise. But I presume after we do the 4 dungeons, we'll be able to have something happen. House of Darkness. Wow, this place was small. But I assume the actual dungeon is this way. It's interesting, though, that if you wanted to, you could literally just walk end to end in this dungeon. Just like, yep, just go on through. Oh, yeah, we can't activate the Atenko panel because Atenko is dead. This appears to be much simpler. Ah, that's why. Because you can't push the double stacked blocks. I was like, if I could just push the double stack, I'd be done already. That's why I was confused. Huh. I suppose the important first step is, if I push the block off to here, can I push it? Okay, I can push it from the top of the stairs. I just can't push it from the bottom of the stairs for some reason. Very bizarre. Hang on. Now I'm hearing things. Nothing new there. Now the thing is, having transferred the block from there to there, that half works. Because I then push this block around to here, push the block off the top of that one onto the other one. The problem is finishing the job is the problem. And I'll I'll demonstrate why I'd say finishing the job is gonna be the problem. I push it here, push it here. And then I push that off onto here. But the issue ends up happening at this point. I can no longer get the block off the top of this one. That's the idea. That's the theory behind how this works. But I think what I needed to do was position them above this spot here so I could push it onto that one. What I do is I push it up here, do this. Because again, it's way simpler than it seems. But sometimes you need to experiment with something in a void to fully understand what it wants you to do. Ta-da! The audio's starting to freak out again a little bit, though, so I'm gonna step out of the room, unplug the controller for a second, and I'll plug it back in. And that should sort that out. Oh, of course, now it's not gonna pick the controller back up this time. That worked every time before now. It's just decided this time's the time it doesn't want to work. Give me a second, y'all. I'm gonna have to fight with it a bit. I have to close the emulator and reopen it. That's gonna be the only way to get it to pick the controller back up. The joys of emulation sometimes. There we go. The things I do to get the audio to not go all skippy and weird. Yes, you'll never catch me. I'm the fucking gingerbread man. Okay, now we have the key. I presume we use the key to leave. Actually, no, because we already had the exit. You know what, since these Chlorofolin are chasing me, how about we test the change grenade? Yeah, that's what I thought they would turn into. It was pretty obvious what they were gonna end up getting turned into. But I figured we'd never used it, I may as well show off what it does. For anyone that may have been wondering. I haven't fired a shot in here yet, have I? Just been avoiding them. Somehow, quite successfully for the most part. So navigating this place hasn't been that difficult so far. Okay. So, obvious answer is push one of these in here. And use the Otenku panel because he's dead. I want to push that block over there. If I push it back here, I can push it all the way across. And come around like this, push it back, push it up and in. That hole over there is a red herring. And there we go, we got the key for the door we just saw. There are some leaps my brain will make quite naturally and immediately, and then other leaps that arguably should be shorter and quicker that I just fall in the hole mentally. Really is fascinating at times, understanding how all that goes. Even if it can be very frustrating at the same time. Yep. There were too many boxes up here. One of them was gonna be a mimic. 4 bombs, and... coin! I kind of figured it would be a coin up here, because of how out of the way it was. The frames are, ironically enough, not that out of the way half the time. And they're usually more of a, you get this through combat than a, you get this through puzzles, necessarily. Hee. Figured since we had a recharge spot right here, I could just bully a few of them so that they don't cause me any problems. So I assume I'm going to be going back through this room. Since we know where the exit is, after all. Okay, there's a recharge here. There's also a recharge here. There's where the boss trap is. I'm still hearing bumping out there. Just in case the mailman has decided to, like, dump a box out in the middle of the fucking stairs again. Let me go check. Back in a second, y'all. Yeah, whatever's making that racket must be further away, because I don't see anything out there, and all that was on my property was just a cat. And those cats are pretty well behaved. They don't knock things over too much, nor was there anything really there to knock over. Oh, in we go. Oh no, it's a trap. It's almost like we saw this coming. Disarm trap, defeat the armor. Which flavor of armor are you? Okay, you're just bog standard gray. Also, it's interesting that we got the Earth lens, but Sabata referred to Carmilla as Carmilla of the Wind. And the area was, like, wind designed based on the fact that, you know, we were getting pushed around by the wind and it was in a city in the sky. Like, obviously, it's the city of the sun at the same time. You get my point with it being a very airy area. But it was also kind of the Earth at the same time with the cockatrices and their petrification and her own petrification abilities as well. A weird split there. I wonder if there was, like, originally intended to be both an Earth and an air area, and then they just merged the two because limitations. Oh, you know what it might be that I'm hearing? I can hear the quote-unquote music playing somewhere nearby. I say quote-unquote because it's the stuff that people play so loud that all you hear is the vibration from it. I might be shaking things around and that's what's making the noise that I'm hearing. It wouldn't be the first time something like that has happened around here. Used to be so much quieter, but at some point that's changed. You just can't get away from that in this world these days, apparently. Not without being in the middle of absolute nowhere. Oh, add a juice. There we go. Come on. There we go. Hour and a half we'll have to do. He tried to preempt me, and that almost didn't work out for him. Got sabotaged by the corners. Thankfully, this thing's not really threatening, it's just durable. Which, you know, it's an armor. Of course it's durable. And despite the fact that tanks and such are referred to as armor, armor is not really known for being dangerous in most contexts. Just gonna finish that off. There we go. Not too bad, B-. I feel like I should have gotten a better ranking than that for only getting caught once, but I guess I was too slow. There we go. Probably wasn't worth it. But hey, we can say we did it. Oh wait, was there a teleport pad in there? No, there's just a recharge. That T is just for a trap. T is for trap, and that's good enough for me. Doesn't really work. Have to workshop that one more. Why are you back alive again? You were dead. I know, because I killed you. Well, if there is a frame anywhere in here, it'll be in this room. There's a green chest, so there very well may be a frame. There's also a goddamn mimic. Or change solar grenades. Now, what do I do here? I can't move the pillar. One would have to think that I have to destroy this block. But I don't think any of my lenses destroy something like that. The sensible option didn't work. Hex, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. I don't know why there's this... I don't know if anybody else is even seeing this, but I keep seeing whenever somebody does the Twitch shoutout, there's just this, like, new introduction thing that pops up there, but the shoutout still works properly, so I don't know what's happening there. There you are. I think I know what you were doing. I know I saw your post about it earlier. What was it? No Man's Sky. That was it. That's what you were playing, right? Hopefully you all had a good time with that, and welcome to me just having a bit of a dead brain day and trying to make my way through Boktai the Sun is in your hand. We've made a good bit of headway through it overall so far. We are, I want to say, about 3/4 of the way through the game, for context for everyone. But for anyone who's never seen this game before, basically the short version is immortal vampires have kind of taken over most things. It's kind of bad. We are the inheritor of the Gundil soul, one of the few things that can deal with them. So... we kind of have a lot of responsibility. As you can see, our gun is very modular. It has lots of frames and various lenses to transfer all of that around. Luciala del Etiana, thank you for the raid. Hopefully I pronounced that right. If I did not, yell at me. Tell me how to pronounce that correctly. What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a good time doing whatever you were doing. And were you two doing the same thing by chance? As it is certainly rare to have two people pilot at the same time. Absolutely understandable. You go take care of yourself, and thank you so much for bringing your community over and trusting me with them. Meanwhile, I'm going to be staring at these boxes here for a moment, trying to figure out how I get to the green chest that's here. Because this may very well contain another one of the gun frames, and I want it. But I think I can't get it yet. Unless one of these lenses lets me break these blocks. Nope, that's not effective. That's not effective. And that's not effective. So, no. I cannot get that yet. Because the Luna lens is just a weird, doesn't use energy one, and this one just allows me to reverse pulling energy from one of the solar stations. Now, the main unique thing about this game, for those who've never seen this is a game that relies on the Game Boy Advance's solar sensor. Which is why you see that sun down there. I am playing a patched version, admittedly, where I can adjust that freely at will. So, that's fun. But without the sun, we cannot generate power for our, you know, solar-powered gun. Kind of a problem. Now, this also means that as the day-night cycle goes, because there is a day-night cycle, there are going to be times where things get a little, well, tricky. And of course, being inside a building like I am right now, I can't charge my gun outside of skylights like that one over there. If I stand here, I can yell Tayo and gain energy. It's that simple. There we go. Now, the exit to this particular place is where again? Right over there. Because this world is littered with a bunch of these small undead dungeons. In this particular case, we have these 4 here that I am gonna run through. I'm assuming I need to. Fire Dragon's Grave. So, Frost Lens, then, seems like it'll take the 4 here. Now, technically, you could play this very stealthily. It actually counts at your final ranking for a dungeon, how many times you get caught. Or you could do what I do and just nuke them on sight, because they can't catch you if they're already destroyed. You know, the classic aggro stealth, basically. Oh god. Just gotta shake the fire off, everything's fine. They at least drop healing items, so worst case, you can fix it usually if you get caught. Just gonna charge back up. There we go. Ordinarily, you'd only have one bar of battery down there, but we've found a quad battery so far in our travels, so we actually have 4 full battery meters to work with. Based on the way the UI down there looks, I'm assuming I can find a couple more. Golem seems like a prime target for grenading. Especially when he walks into fire on his own. There we go. Oh yeah, these aren't the super golems. These aren't the ones that were just destroying me in the last air. Oh no, they definitely are, because they're shooting the spikes. Those flames, I guess, just hurt them a lot. Help. Help. Everything is not awesome. Aim diagonally, you fool. Okay, had to waste a lot more grenades, but it worked out. Not many things in this game are a threat to me too much. Those things, very big threat, as you can see by how much health we're missing just from one contact with them. They hit really hard. They basically took off the health from 2 health extensions. Eep. Okay. That's gonna be the one other issue with this particular dungeon, is all the fire everywhere. I do have fruit I could eat to reduce fire damage, but I think we can all agree it would be a wiser idea for me to not get set on fire in the first place. Now, I can't say that I always do the wise thing, but not getting set on fire does seem like something I would do. Now, if I switch to Swordsman right quick, I can put out this fire using the ice lens. So we were taught how to do that. Back when we first encountered all of those things, we just didn't have the right lens to be able to do that at the time. I see what to do here. I think the problem is because he's sitting on the button. Get off the button. Thank you. Got Juggler Solar Frame. Grenades off. Special ricochet shots. Neat. Play with that for a bit, because we haven't used that yet. And that does seem like it could be useful, though I am gonna have to use the either Swordsman or the Tornado to put these out. Because only things that count as spread can interact with the world, for the most part. It's decently effective. A little janky, but no less jank than some of the other things I've used. Just quite happily. Did I? Yep, I sure did just go in a giant circle. Love that for me. It's my favorite. Going in giant circles. You would think I would have recognized the area when I arrived here, but sometimes I'm not the most attentive person. Okay, so the exit's just right there. And we did already get the frame out of this place, so I could just leave. Because there's more than likely not a second green item in here. If there is, it's probably a coin. And while I have a lot of silver coins, I don't think I have every coin. But they imply, hey, if you collect all of them, something happens. Though, I don't think this place will count as completed if I don't fight the trap, so I guess we'll deal with this place completely. want to fight everything. See if tornado works, just so I don't have to cycle as far. Okay, very good. Less effective as far as the old energy meter goes, but more effective in terms of how many button presses I need to do. We are out of gun juice, which is a problem. That means I can't deal with that guy. Is there a skylight in this room anywhere? Nope, sure wasn't. Alright, time for the backup plan. Eat fruit and somehow generate solar energy. Don't ask how it works. It operates on the same logic as Sunny Delight being good for you. Which basically means it doesn't, but that's neither here nor there. What do we got down here? Presumably this will be where the trap is, like past here somewhere. That doesn't have the big undead label on it, so maybe it'll be this way. Now there's recharge here, I'm happy enough. So those floating things there, for those who came in late, those are mirrors. If I shoot a regular shot into those, it'll bounce from mirror to mirror and go somewhere. Since they're floating out in nothingness, I can't rotate those. Because ordinarily you'd have to walk up to them and rotate them. So in order to activate that switch, I'm going to need to hit it when one of these two mirrors is pointed at it. Now wait a damn minute, though. What's stopping me just shooting straight across and hitting it? The answer is nothing. The answer is absolutely nothing is stopping me just ignoring their entire puzzle mechanic there and just shooting straight across. Good to know. Yep, what do you know, there's the coin. Because all these dungeons are constructed basically the same. There are usually 3 things you can guarantee to find in one of these dungeons. A trap room where the boss of the dungeon is. A attachment for your gun of some kind. Usually a frame. Because the batteries are usually in some of the more main areas, and grenades are everywhere, and lenses are also usually from more plot-related areas. And then there's also just these silver coins. As well as all of your random consumables and nonsense that you'll pick up along the way, too. Now, I went in here for... oh, right, grenades. Grenades to deal with scary golems. I didn't even see my own grenade go out, so I was like, oh, I guess I didn't fire it. If he made contact with that high charge there, I was gonna be toast. Ow. Okay. I should have just healed rather than standing my ground and risking it. Don't use the full heals. Use one of the large heals. There you go. I don't need to heal fully, I'll be fine. There's the trap room. What do we have to fight here? Disarm trap, defeat all gold. God damn it. And I'm almost out of grenades. Great. Thankfully, we've learned that these flames hurt them a lot. So we can be clever here, potentially. Remember how I said potentially? Yeah, that's why I said potentially, because there was never a guarantee that that was going to work out in my favor at all. Alright. Actually, no, tornado. Usually that's more effective than that. But since the flame's doing so much damage to them, maybe I do actually want flame lens for them. And it doesn't seem to be that effective. He seems to be staying stunned way longer, though, so that was interesting. Sorry for the heal spam, everybody, but that's the only way I'm not gonna die here. Because these things are really upsetting to fight. And now I'm out of gun juice, which is a whole other issue. Oh, never mind, he exploded. Franksy. Yeah, you don't get dungeon completion unless you have that screen pop up. You can go in the front door and out the exit door, but it won't matter. And now that we've done that, we've completed the dungeon. And hopefully we'll have gotten something worthwhile as a reward. I'm just gonna finish charging my gun up before I check. I'm glad the flamethrowers stop after the room's done. Okay, we got a fire protection fruit. Hooray. Game doesn't seem to understand how many of those I already have. Though, it is because we got a C rank. Higher ranks do get you better things. Or at the very least, sometimes a lot of things. Like I had a S rank, I think it was, give me like a pile of healing fruit. Which was nice. Also, do I care enough to walk out of here? Yeah, I guess I do, because the exit's right there. I was debating just using a gourd to leave. But the exit's genuinely just right up here. Because you have two ways of leaving a dungeon without just using the doors. You can either use a solar nut to warp right on out, or you can use the empty gourd to warp out of the dungeon itself. The solar nut takes you back to the solar tree, which is where you grow all of your extra fruit and such to keep your storage happy. Now, this is why I say the map's a little questionable. You'll notice it's pointing us at the middle here, but what it actually is doing, where we actually are, is by that dungeon on the right-hand side there, the upper or right one. Water Demon's Cage. Yeah, since they're all elemental themed, it seems, I'm pretty sure I do need to do these. Oh god. You know, I don't know why I didn't expect to have ice floors in the ice-themed dungeon. Ah! Ow. No, I want that. Dang it. Whee! Hi. Flash grenade. Whee! Oh, come on now. Yeah. Got it. All of that just for a red apple. God damn it. Ordinarily, I'd be happy about a red apple. I like red apples. But in this game, they're the mid-tier healing items, so I'm not as excited as I could be about that. Oh yeah, I have the flame lens out still. I was like, why is that guy taking so much damage? I probably should keep the flame lens in hand anyway in here, even though there's clearly going to be guys that aren't elemental. Because you'll be able to tell when we find the ice elemental enemies. They're very obvious, just like the fire guys were very obvious. You know what? That guy can keep that box. That's his box. There are many like it, but that one's his. I can't even take the other paths here. Can't use these panels because our mentor Rotenko is dead. Got turned to stone, which apparently works on a spirit. Who knew? Okay, I don't want to melt these blocks. Does that even do what I want it to do in the slightest? The answer to your question may surprise you in that it's no, it absolutely does not. No, but that's not in the position I'd want it to be in either. Yes, it is. Up. Up. Over. Up. I'm not sure about this part. We still have... Oh, no. No, this works. Ta-da! You would think we'd be able to just walk across this thin bit here and just, like, kind of squeeze around the corners, but obviously that doesn't work. Our solar boy here is not so good at moving around corners. Yoink. Hey, another bomb. I need a lot more of those, game. Could you kindly give me a lot of them? There's the bank. Let's see how much our interest has accrued. Ooh, interest rate's 15 per day right now. It has really not gained much at all.
Thank you very much.
Then again, it was at 1% per day for the longest time. And I don't do the follower shill very often, but since we're close to a goal, I'll go ahead and do it. If anybody is left from the raid that is interested in what's happening and is not already following, please do so, because we are only 6 away from our next milestone. Of which I admittedly still need to actually figure out what the goal is going to be, but, you know. You will be a part of something big happening, so... think of that how you will. Okay, you know what? Let's just ditch this one. Wait a minute. Damn it. I have done a stupid. I have done what is commonly referred to as a stupid move. Let's go ahead and just reset that. Because I put myself in a position where literally nothing I was going to do was going to matter. Which is a very upsetting position to be in, all things considered. So if I'm gonna do that, I just push it off of there instead of locking any of my other blocks in place. And push it in there. How much of a bet I measured wrong and that entire thing was a... Nope, I did measure right. Okay. You know what they say, measure twice, cut once. Or is it cut twice, measure once? Pretty sure it's the first one. Can't say I haven't done the second one, though. Now, the problem comes from what to do now. And I think... Yep, it's sublimely simple once again. Which is why I moved this block from where I'd pushed it to. Because I realized I need this one. Except... that once again doesn't work. Is for those who understand how block puzzles work, you probably got the idea immediately what's wrong here, in that the second I push that down, it's stuck there. If I push it up, it goes nowhere because I'll push it along to where the other ice block is and then it's stuck there. I seem to be at an impasse once again. Get the sneaking suspicion that this one that I got stuck up here is important. Haven't the slightest idea what gives me that thought, but, you know, it's a worthy suspicion to have. Now the question becomes, what do I actually do with that? Like, I almost feel like I don't have a choice but to do exactly what I did. Is at least one of these 3 blocks has to go into this space over here in order for me able to make progress. Because I need to fill this hole here to get to this ledge, and then I need to fill this hole here in order to get to that ledge, which is where I need to be. Now, I presume that this random pillar down here is not so random. It must have it almost certainly has a purpose. Question mark being what that purpose is. Let me go ahead and do a more proper shout out for Lucia as well. Because the cooldown was still active at that point. And of course you got the one shout out, but let's give you the other one too. There you go. Usually the automated system takes care of that, but since Twitch has cooldowns on those things, I have to sometimes correct it. And I want to make sure everybody gets their proper appreciation. All of you deserve appreciation, damn it. And while everyone else is distracted thinking about the shout-out, I can stare at this puzzle longer. So I can't move these single tiles, because they slide because they're ice. So I can't just maneuver around, as we all know. The only time they move a single tile is when they fall off a ledge, they land on the tile they got pushed off next to. They don't start sliding again after they land. So it's not anything off of that logic. I almost feel like this one has to be the one that goes into the nook over there. Because that's the only location it makes sense for this block to go. That then begs the question, what to do with these blocks? And so far, the only move I've been able to think of involves melting one of them, which doesn't help. Well, it doesn't, it doesn't. Actually, that's exactly what I do, isn't it? No, because how would I get there, though? Because the idea I was having was I push both blocks over here, and then I melt the one that's against the wall so that the other one's here, and I push it down. Problem is, how do you get both blocks there? Because you can't push the pair of blocks together, they're too heavy. For our twiggy little solar boy here to do that. So that doesn't function. Alternatively, I push this ice block down here and then push it against this one. But then it's stuck there because it doesn't have any means of moving and it doesn't help in any way. And actually, can I push them to the edge? No, they just go right off. There went the only other scheme I had in mind, because I was pretty sure they don't auto-stop, because we had already established that, but I'm kind of grasping at straws at this point, if I'm honest. Does having that down there do anything for me? Aside from give me an aneurysm. Answer may surprise you in that no. No, I don't think it helps at all. It gives me a slight change in perspective, and you know what that doesn't do? Help anything. While a change of perspective can be very important sometimes, not one of those situations right here. Okay, I was double checking to make sure that the capture was working, because I remembered I had to reboot the game right quick at some point. I'm like, ooh, that could be a problem. But no, it's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Nothing bad is happening right now. So we're back where we started, though, with 1 block solved and 2 blocks question mark. I am definitely spending a lot of time on these puzzles, and I acknowledge that, but I like puzzles. Like, I do genuinely enjoy solving puzzles, even if sometimes it may seem like I have a whole crash out every other puzzle I do. Part of that is puzzle design that disagrees with me, and part of that's just I get so close to the answer and then I start getting frustrated because I'm like, I should have this, it's not that hard, and yet dumb happens. Like, a bunch of y'all would have missed it, but we were in a forest where our shadow keeps changing direction to indicate which way the area is actually facing, because it messes with your sense of direction. I spent a good, like, hour in there. Oh well, this is a very raid-heavy day. Crimson, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you had a great time doing whatever it was you were doing. And welcome everyone to me staring at an ice block puzzle and trying to figure out what I'm missing about it. And I'm probably staring the answer right in the face, as per usual. It's always great to see you, Grim. Let's see. Actually, it's October. I assume you're doing your Vampire the Masquerade eight sessions again? So I know you started that, I just don't know if you're doing that today in particular or not. Just gonna run in place. Get the blood flowing. Get the brain working. Nope, that's not helping. The tapping is distracting, actually. Huh. If these were aligned in any other way, there's so many things I could do. Like if they were stacked vertically, for example, I could push one here and then push it down. And then I'd end up in the same position I am anyway. You know, sometimes I think I have big ideas, and then sometimes all I have is a big empty space between my ears. What do? Ah, okay. If it tells you anything, I genuinely forgot today was Saturday. I've just kind of been just in brain fog hell today. So bear with me as brain does not brain. Like, it's one of those days where it's like, yeah, I'm functioning. Time seems to have no meaning, and, very much in the broken clock is right twice a day scenario at the moment. But we're making it work. We're making it work, and we're still having fun. That's the important part. So we tried putting one of the ice blocks down to make a bridge here. That doesn't help anything, because I cannot complete the bridge. I'm once again wishing these were just regular blocks. Because if they were regular blocks, I could do more with them, because they wouldn't just go sliding off halfway across the ages on me. Or if this kid would just squeeze through this gap here, we'd be done already too. Let me go and snooze that ad that's coming up in a couple minutes here. Buy everybody some time. Because so many of you have decided to come along to see this. And I appreciate every one of you, and let me just collectively say as well, please do make sure to take care of yourselves. If you need to run off to do anything, I will still be here, probably still staring at this very same ice puzzle when you come back. And it's just important to make sure to take care of yourselves in general. The way I'm staring at these ice blocks, I feel like I'll just end up melting them. Oh, of course. I'm doing the best I can as far as taking care of myself goes. Despite the brain fog, I'm actually feeling better than I have the last few days. Which is an odd scenario to be in, but it is what it is. Thing is, what? Okay, that is to get through a doorway. And unless that door down there meets up with it, we probably have to go this way. So likely that I'm just staring the answer in the face. And I'm gonna feel so stupid when I figure it out. Because here's the thing, our mentor's dead, so I can't actually use these info panels, because he activates them. So I can't actually get a hint as to what's going on here. But because they're ice blocks, there's one of two things that hint panel's more than likely gonna tell me, if it could tell me anything. One is that I can destroy them if they're in my way, and two, that they slide. That's the two things that these hint panels in these particular rooms for the ice blocks in particular usually says. So if the hint is to melt one of them, where does it need to go that it gets in the way after it's there? Which again leads me to the logic of I'm supposed to put one here and then put one here, but I can't do that. That's physically impossible. And pushing them up here doesn't help anything, because I won't then be able to push them down. I can't put them here because all that'll do is get it stuck, because stairs are weird as far as block pushing goes, so it's not gonna be that either.
Hello there.
Hey Callista, how's it going? I feel like I have to just go back to just trying things, if nothing else, so that you all aren't bored to tears watching me stare at these ice blocks. Putting that there, what does that do for me? It allows me to push it that way, and that's it. Does pushing it down here do anything? It gets it immediately stuck. Very good. Pushing it up here, as expected, gets it stuck. Okay. If only I could position this block here. Because if I could get this block here, I could then push it down off the top of this one and have it freed up far enough to do what I need to do. Wait. Hang on. That gives me an idea. I don't think I can enact this idea, but I need to reset it to think this through. No, that doesn't help. Because if I push the block that's behind me up there, down here, I then push this block into it, all that accomplishes is now 2 blocks are stuck. And even if I melt one of them, nothing good comes of that. If I push this one down, as we've done before, all that does is get this block stuck immediately. Doesn't help. Well, yeah, we're still playing the same game we were yesterday, yeah. Though right now I'm just hunting a solution to these ice blocks that need to be where I need them to be, but they aren't. How's it going, Lark? Yeah, I know, pre-rolls are on because I delayed my ads, that's fine. The good news is technically any of them can be pushed into this slot down here. What does it do for me to have any of the other ones do that? And alright so far. Brain is not brain. But other than that, everything's fine. Brain is achieving Bran and nothing else. So if I push this one down... Yeah, pretty much. Somebody ironed my brain. Thing is, now that I put that there, what do I do with you? You are now problem child block. What do I do with you? Because all I have to do is get a block here. It's not hard, but it is at the same time very hard. Because I cannot get any of these ice blocks into a position where they're here to be pushed down and in immediately. And putting one of them down here doesn't work because they then get stuck along the bottom. And the only real way to get one down there... Wait... There might be something. But how would I even achieve that? Because I just had a thought about pushing two down in a line, but no, that doesn't work. We've already proved that I can't do that. Well, one way or the other, the only path this block can take is going this way. At a minimum, it has to go here. It has nowhere else it can go other than to get there. Now, the problem is, the only other place it can go from here is either down here and get stuck, or up here. But that then leads to either going the direction I'm about to push it with where I'm standing, which just gets it stuck, or going up this way, which just gets it stuck up there instead. Which is why I'm pretty confident this has to go in that spot where I pushed the other block to, which is how we ended up in the locked position we were before. You just do this, this, this. Job's a good one on that, and now I'm back in hell again. Like, it's a very fascinating conundrum I've got here. And I really do feel like the answer must be simpler than I'm making it. But I cannot grasp the answer. It just keeps evading me every time I try to grab hold of it. And I really wish the perspective would stop making me think I can push one up here and just have it go straight across, because it doesn't work. Welcome back to me staring at blocks, trying to move them with my mind. And to somehow get them better arranged. Let's think this through the same way we did the other block, just to see if anything shakes loose. The only maneuvers this block here on the right can do. Up to here, can only slide side to side, accomplishes nothing. Pretty much, yeah. Can only be pushed this way, which falls off, and then can only be pushed to this block or off into nothing land over here. Doesn't help. Same positions are available to this block, though. You push it up, it hits the wall, does nothing. Push it down, it ends up next to this pillar. Can only be pushed up or down. Similarly, as far as we're aware, accomplishes nothing. Unless... Oh, I hate it here. It's an order of operations issue. I have technically done everything correct, but I did it in the wrong order. And that's why nothing worked. Oh, except I fucked it. Wait. If that's how you do that, then how do you... Oh. Order of operations again. No wonder I couldn't get a hold of this one. It's a very, very specific set of movements to make this work. You have to move this one to the last step before pushing it over there. Then you push this one down. Then you can push this one here, which allows you to push this one all the way down. And then you melt this one to push that one here and this one here. That's all it is. The problem was, it's a very, very specific set of moves. So I had to sit there and cook through all the permutations in my head until I finally hit that specific permutation. And that is the blessing and curse of how my mind works, though, is because I actually have to sit there and let my mind roll through all of those permutations, or I cannot progress something like that. I cannot really just skip steps on something like that, or I end up just confusing myself further. Disarm trap, defeat Kraken. Okay, so it's just a bunch of them. I thought it was gonna be like a big one. Rock throwing little bastards. Got an upgraded fire lens, so these guys are nothing. Ah! Didn't know they had a grab attack. That's the first time they managed to do that to me. Come on, pop up again. I'm not gonna walk all the way around to get at you. Pop up again and die. There we go. We did it. Our clear time's gonna be horrendous. Not as bad as I thought. It really felt like I was there longer than that. But I think that's just the way staring at a puzzle feels. Okay. Now we're out of here. I didn't get a frame or a coin in here, did we? I don't care. I had thought about it. Was thinking about it some more. Just nah. Nah, man, I ain't about it. There comes a point where some corners are gonna have to get cut to be able to finish this game in a reasonable amount of time, and that's one of them corners. Okay, yeah, we have to complete all of them to do the magic circle. Kind of figured. Go back down here then, and we'll go through the door to this one. So I'm assuming this is the front door. Which that may be part of why the other one got a little weird, is it went in through the other direction. Fallen Devil Castle. Okay, we got a block in an awkward spot, which means we have to go around to get through it. We got a spot where I need to bounce a shot. Well, we don't really need Flame anymore. We'll go back to Soul 3. Which, for those wondering, those numbers are not actually because of it being a better version that I found. That's actually levels. They actually improve as you use them. Shank. The fact that those guys just spit a mace at me remains very funny, but also very upsetting. Just whole ass mace in your face. Where did I come from? That way. Okay. Oh joy, just a whole lot of cockatrice. Wonderful. Oh, been spotted. Hell with it. Wait, really? Huh. Well, there's the exit. You can tell because of the oddly Pokeball-shaped teleporter there. Grab that. So this must lead around, very far around, for us to end up coming out where that other area is. No, that was just that simple, huh? Got Life Fruit. Hooray! I kind of thought it was gonna be like hit them in a specific order or something. No, it was just hit them fast enough, I guess. In hindsight, I could have switched to my tornado frame and done that way more effectively, instead of manual spinning it. Because the tornado frame will auto spin. Ah. God damn mimics. I love the concept of mimics. I hate the reality of mimics. This is a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be, but then again, it is a castle. So it's got 5 floors. We have been to 4 of the 5. We might be here for a minute. But in theory, we'll be going to the final area after we activate all of these. You a green mimic? No. You are coin. So, floor 5 is just the top of the place. Okay. Need to put the Crusader frame back on again. Because not every frame has a ability that lets it shoot. Huh. So, I guess that other mirror there is just a red herring. Okay, sure. I was making sure it wasn't gonna, like, lead to a secondary hidden item or something. Let's see. We do have a few bombs available to us, so if we end up having to deal with those golems, we can. I have a lot of consumables on hand, which I should probably heal. That's probably the thing I was thinking about. There we go. Yeah, we haven't fixed anything yet. No one's surprised. Really, even when we win, we probably aren't gonna fix anything if I'm being honest. If anything, arguably, things have gotten even worse, considering our mentor is also now dead. You know, really, we're just doing a great job. I mean, he wasn't really that helpful anyway, but he was summoning the thing that lets us kill immortals, so kind of a problem to not have that. But at least he's not floating around nagging me all the time anymore, so, you know, small blessings. Why is my gun overheating here? Why? Why is this a thing, game? Why have you decided now is the time for the gun to overheat? This is the second time in a random interior that we've had this gun overheat today. I don't know what's going on with it, but I don't appreciate it. It would be honestly very funny if that was actually like a side effect of the level 3 lens, is it generates too much heat now. We had it happen once at the beginning of the session, and now once again 4 hours later. Both in castle tile set areas. Very weird. It doesn't seem to want to unoverheat in this room. So maybe there's something about that room. You gonna chill out now? Me to turn the sun off completely? Yep, I need to turn the sun off completely. Okay, sure. You ain't getting off easy even though he turned the sun off. You're still gonna get melted. This door can't... Oh. That was entirely pointless anyway. But it made me feel better. So really, not entirely pointless. Sometimes vengeance is actually, in fact, its own reward. Went through. Oh right, you don't have to roll the way you were facing when you started spinning. For some reason I thought he was gonna be crashing into that wall, but I would have needed to wait longer for that to happen. Okay, this is a new room. I thought so. Okay. Okay. Nah, most of the doctors that are left are probably vampires. Not really sure you want vampire doctor. Well, some people probably want vampire doctor, but that's probably not for very doctor-related reasons. Got Gradius solar gun frame. Either it's shaped like a ship or it's a misspelling of a gladius, one of the two. May in fact still be either, because it's an upgrade for the dagger. The world may never know. That's where we use the triangle key. We still don't know if they hate particle key, but it's fine. Just gun him down in a dark alley. All the way up and down the pointless staircase. Then... I was expecting it to get jumped by a mimic, that's why I set that up that way. Ah, that opens the door where our gun overheated. I see. Why are there all the extra mirrors back there? I guess it's in case you screw up and end up blowing one of the mirrors up. Because you have to run on gun out. That, honestly, is nice of them to give you that chance, though you could just walk in and out of the room to reset it anyway, so you know what? I don't know. I don't think I need to know. Sometimes it's not meant to make sense. Why did he respawn of all things? Oh, dead-end hallway. Ooh, right, it got me up here where the other green chest is and the other purple chest I need. Just keep walking. Bang, 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 bang. There's my coin and my other key. Now, one could definitely say that shooting that man in the back was completely unnecessary, and you'd be right. But I'm not gonna pass up an opportunity. Now, I'm assuming I'm going back the right way, but... Did we even see another purple door anywhere? There has to be one somewhere. And I guess it has to be down here at the first floor. I need to go back to the stairs and go down. Look, if my opponent exposes their back, it's on them for the fact that they're getting shot in the back. It's not my fault they are not unaware enough to protect themselves. I'm going the wrong way because I'm going up, and I know that, but I'm just double checking something. Was in fact nothing up here, right? Yes. Though I will honestly say I took more delight in the disguise skills of the spy in my brief time playing TF2 than I ever did in the actual backstabbing, because it was very fun just to cause great confusion, having people go in places that made no sense, and making everyone turn against each other. Because if you just stir up enough chaos, you don't really need to fight anymore. Walked out of many a place unknown for free because they were too busy trying to figure out why somebody seemingly was wandering around in a completely unrelated place. Okay, so there is an axe, a cockatrice, another cockatrice. That everything we got in here? Yep. Okay. So it's just an axe fight, but with extra enemies. Okay, that's fine. Keep forgetting that the machine gun has stun on it. So, you understand why I'm laughing here, right? If you don't, what happened is the cockatrices killed the axe for me. Well, yeah, that's the usual move, is you use that for countering snipers because they're very easy to hit from behind. Because they're too busy looking down their scope most of the time. Gotta watch out for people checking all the time. Yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't break any of the mirrors, because I figured it was gonna work out in my favor as long as I wasn't lined up with where the mirrors were. I just didn't think it was gonna work out that well. Oh, time to go. As we'll recharge off of this thing, because it charges my gun fast, and we have a lot of power available, because I didn't use it up until now, basically. We used it like once today, and that's it. Hello, bird. Ow. Goodbye, bird. Get to live. There's quite a few fun options. It just depends on which one you're thinking about. Okay, it's glowing now. Time to break into the enemy base. In space. Dark Castle. 7 minutes to sunset. Just make a general nuisance of yourself. And just confuse the hell out of them. See, to do that, though, you'd have to have that cloak that you can stay invisible indefinitely as long as you don't move. I never thought you'd get as far as this. Solar child, moon child, crossbreeding for strength, one might say. It can't be. No mere human could get this far. Not just solar blood, but lunar also. A solar child father and a moon child mother. That mixed blood has made you strong. An ordinary human would turn undead at the mere touch of a Volan. But enough, your journey ends here. My 3 servants and I, the undead immortals. 4 seals protect the queen and propel us to the moon. Didn't I kill him already? Or did I just happen to kill a recolor of him? Though I guess it's the classic boss rush situation where I'm gonna have to do a bunch of boss refights. Because of course we do. Cloud 1 solar gun lens. Huh? Wind lens can destroy blocks. Well, it's a little late to be giving me that now. I could go back and go break that one block that pissed me off, but meh. Well, you know what? That's a real shame for his secret twin brother's roommate. Water tower. Oh, is that the... yeah, that's gonna be the thing. I now have all of the elemental weaknesses. That's the other reason they gave us the cloud one now. Because I assume cloud beats land, water beats fire, fire beats water, and then earth beats air. They're in pairs. Even though you wouldn't think fire beats water, aside from evaporating it for steam. But that's a whole other thing. I'm assuming I can't go any further up yet, then. Time to sunset 5 minutes. Yeah, see, there's the blocks. Ow. Oh, they actually hurt me, too. You smother the air. You just fill the space up with ground and the air can't move anymore. I would actually have a harder time explaining away how air beats land. Because the only thing air really does to land is erosion, and that takes a while. Unless it's extreme enough wind that it starts tearing the ground up, but even that's not the most effective thing. Like, if you're in an open-air environment, Earth against land is, Earth against air is very much a difficult prospect. But in a contained space, if you just fill up said contained space with Earth, then air loses. There's no air anymore. And nobody ever said that elemental pairings had to make sense. It is, but it isn't, because they both take a while to erode the land. But it does, in theory, take less water to erode land than it does wind, yes. But they had to pair fire with something, and the general accepted pairing is water and fire. Because water manifests as ice, and then fire beats ice. Why they didn't just call it ice is beyond me. Especially since ice is shorter, it would even fit better in the text limits. But then again, that may also just be a translation thing. Like, it may have been ice in Japanese, but it translated to water. Or when they localized it. Wouldn't be the first time something like that's happened. Yeah. At the end of the day, you still end up with the question of what would you pair with wind then that would be a natural counter to it? The answer really is there isn't anything that's a natural counter to wind that's in the normal elemental tables. Which is how you end up with wind and earth being the opposed forces there. Like, I really have to feel like those are just leftovers. Is light and dark being opposed makes sense. Fire and water we've already talked about. Just like wind and earth are the ones that are just a little awkward. Wrong frame. Live again. You live again too. So, we were told that these plants are native to the flying city. So why are they here? More to the point, why are they in the ice part? Rising sun grenades. You know, I never did test to see if the sun particle let me charge indoors. Let's try that. Yeah, exactly. His lightning also usually is an outlier. It doesn't really fit the loop. Though Earth defeating lightning makes a little bit more sense than Earth defeating wind. And in some logics. It's also very funny to me that by leveling my lens, the lens just got bigger. Aha, that is how that works. I can just charge my gun anywhere. Or using the sun particle. Things I should have used a long time ago, but it's fine. We're using it now. There we go. We got a few of those laying around, so we can recharge pretty easily. Okay, so what was I doing in here? Am I done in here? No, because there's a staircase in this room. This room's just massive. And one could argue somewhat pointless. There we go. Ah, I see. A bunch of ice blocks, huh? Time for another lens change. Now, do I actually need any of these blocks is a very good question. I mean, the same can be said for a lot of games, really, if you want to stretch it. Though there's one major catch in that we are not undead ourselves. And the protagonist of every Dark Souls is undead. There we go, that's what I was looking for. This is unfortunate. Actually, get through the... God damn it. I didn't realize there was another gap I needed to go through. Wow, this room is a nightmare. No, don't go back, you silly man. Run! Run for your life! Oh great, they have ice. Huh. Today I learned they can destroy each other. That was very handy of him. Thank you for providing a backstop. Goodbye! It's a trap. No. They're gonna drain all my ammo. Gotta love how some of those are just genuinely a trap. Just like, hey, there's evil particles in this one. Enjoy! Haha! God damn it. This game and its janky ice. No. mean, I'm pretty sure every developer has an internal trolling quota, if I'm honest. Just with the things that happen in basically every game ever created. Just some have a much lower quota than others. So for every nice, chill developer there is out there, there's a developer or hunched over their keyboard just going and just typing lines of horror into the game. Just I only want to melt that one. There we go. God damn it. Maybe I should have melted the other one. Ah! I hate it here. Well, that's how you get some of the best results, to be fair. Is when the two work together. I'm gonna reset this room. And mind you, when I talk about the good one, by the way, that's not purely referring to somebody who actually makes things that are good and effective. I'm more referring to someone who has good intentions, more so than good capabilities, necessarily. Because the two are not always the same thing. Is you can set out to make a very good game with absolutely comedically malicious intent. Not like actual malice, but malicious intent of just fucking with people. There are definitely cases where a game is designed from the ground up just purely for fuckery, but you can't actually objectively say that's a bad game either. God damn it. Not again, not again, not again. Go away, evil butterflies. And if you're wondering where I'm going with that there really isn't a specific place I'm going with that. That's just I need to have the thoughts running and doing something, so I'm sending those thoughts into the ether. Oh, there's definitely a few that could fit the description as far as being objectively good, but being designed to fuck with people. The line there really ends up being determining whether it's actually specifically designed to fuck with people or not. No, I believe that. Given the fact that it's a Sonic fan game, I absolutely believe that that's a thing that exists. Just due to the nature of the things I've seen come out of that fan base, I would not even question that. There are far worse titles you could say it had, and I probably would still believe it. Just purely because of A, how long I've been on the internet, and B, the things I've seen. I mean, the kicker to that really comes in the form of just how that ends up being made. Because that could just be a tongue-in-cheek thing, or they could actually be serious about that. And that's the... Yeah, that's kind of the question I was talking about is, do they mean that, or are they shitposting? Because that has all the notes of being a quality shitpost, but it also has that huge danger flag of, this guy could just be spouting rhetoric, and it's a problem. And the only one who can answer that question definitively is the one that made it. And that's where these things get weird a lot of the time. Because I will under no circumstances defend somebody who's making something that ends up being either actually hateful or perceived as hateful. But the problem ends up being in determining the actual intent. That's not to say that you can make things that walk that line freely and not expect some consequences anyway. See, the problem there ends up being, you can genuinely be a very competent person at the thing you do and just be a shit human being. So, unfortunately, they could genuinely believe the thing, but still make something high quality. So there's room for that to be a problem without the game even being anything other than genuinely just a good game. Because there's no shortage of good things sullied by absolute shit-tier personalities attached to them. Well, see, the way I read that, if it's tangibly related to the title, then it is talking constantly about the topic at hand, which can only be read as a negative, purely reading it at face value from text. So for that to be a funny thing, I have to assume I've either misunderstood you, or it's been presented incorrectly in some way. Right. Now, I get that. There's just an inherent problem there that I'm sure has been pointed out numerous times. Is the fact that it has additional connotations to it. Do these little solar fairies respawn? They do. So I can get my gun energy back that way. So I'm gaining energy when I grab these. And not in the obvious sense, but in the fact that I'm turning a profit when I grab these, as long as I don't screw it up. Nope, sometimes they're healing. Yeah, therein lies the real concern. And see, with a title like that, I can't help but assume that there is a decent chance of some very vile sentences potentially appearing within that game as well. And without having that context, I can really only operate under the potential in that situation. and just question it. Like, obviously, I would not just immediately shut that idea down. See, now that's the smart move in that position. They made the correct choice of not just slamming their foot down their throat. Is that's probably about the only way you could do something like that and not end up having at least one point where it actually does become a problem, intended or not. So I'm betting there's no shortage of people that turned away from that on site just because of the title.
Welcome.
Oh yeah, that doesn't transfer it to me, that transfers it between the machine. That doesn't help me. See, I think I need to get over to that door. Problem is, I have nothing to weigh the button down with, because I killed the mimic that was in here. So I'm genuinely worrying now that I might be hooped on getting through that door. But I don't know if I need to get through that door, because look at this. Look at this mess. It's just a giant tan box with a bunch of arrows in it. I really have, like, no information to pull from that aside from there's a lot of staircases in here. I mean, maybe it's just me, but that makes me lean more shitpost, but that's just because that's what you think of when you think of those specific things. But again, that also just could be shitpost masquerading as hate and awful nonsense. So, still doesn't define it in either direction, really. Like, that unfortunately still remains in the question mark category. It's this ledge that goes to nowhere here. But at the same time, there's no reason to use this because we've been over there already. I think. Yeah, we've been through there already. Yeah, no, still can't determine which side that goes for. Let's go and recharge our gun while we're here. Stop wasting all of our solar nuts. So while I would never discount fan games and such, this does slide away from the original line of thought I was on as far as opening that dialogue goes. But it's fine. It would not be the first time nor the last time where things have ended up being miles away from where the dialogue was intended to head. I mean, they have done that bit before. Like in actual Sonic-related things. So there's precedent for that, at least. Getting there doesn't matter if I can't open the door. Is there anything I'm missing up here? Yeah, because I think I genuinely have to go through that door just to get to that side. Unless this goes somewhere I need it to be. No, because this is just how I got to the button. The problem is, I can get to the button, but there's nothing for me to put on the button. So what's the point? Like, either I was... No, I've been to every entrance now. The only thing I can think of is I wasn't supposed to kill that mimic that I killed that was in that line of chests. And the mimic was supposed to get pushed onto the button. The problem is, no matter what door I go through anymore, he's not respawning. Even though they're supposed to respawn. So I need to find whatever door lets me respawn him, I think, in order to make this go anywhere. Because it would not be the first time where the solution's been push an enemy onto the button. And I really would rather not have to reload the entire dungeon to do that. So I need to find a door that actually respawns him. Which is what makes sequences where they use enemies to push buttons really obnoxious. Because, of course, you're attacked by an enemy, your first reflex is to get the enemy away from you. Like, I can bring one of these guys over there in theory, but that's a lot of pushing. Also, why are they respawning but the Mimic isn't? That's another thing. The only answer for that I can think of is goddamn spaghetti code, where it's supposed to be respawning both of them, but it isn't for some reason. And this is why I didn't want to redo this dungeon, is because of this fucking bit of fuckery over here. But I'm hoping maybe by going here, somehow that'll respawn the Mimic. Stupid jank ice that remains jank even 4 games later somehow. Still have no idea how they managed to keep the ice that janky for that long. Well, we've had this conversation more times than I'd like to think about at this point. I don't think you need to be able to tell. I have explicitly stated that ice physics are up there with contact damage as some of the most heinously bad decisions ever created. Because it's very rarely done in a useful manner. It's just, hey, this is going to piss you off. Good luck. This is here to be annoying. It has no beneficial effects. This here in particular, it really doesn't serve any purpose other than making this dungeon longer. Because it's not making it harder, it's just wasting my time by making me have to go on specific paths instead of just walking to the door that I want to get to. Okay, the Mimic's back. At some point I respawned the Mimic. Because that one's a Mimic right there. Problem is, I now need to get him in position, which is going to be a whole pain in my ass too. Go all the way back to the fighter frame so I don't kill it by accident. Except I'm still dealing damage to it, apparently, even with a stun weapon. The fuck? Why do I even bother? Also, it won't open unless I actively try to open it. Ah! The line for where he gets pulled by the ice physics is jank just like the rest of it. It's also very specifically in the middle, so you can't even ride either wall to trigger it. You know, just in case you thought you were going to be allowed to have nice things at any point. Of course, now he's going to follow me all the way around here instead. Nope, they sure aren't. Which is a good and a bad thing. God damn it, now how do I get him back in that tunnel? Get this shit out of here. Okay, he's going back where he came from. That's good and bad. The problem is he spawned just off angle enough that this is going to be a huge pain in the ass no matter how I look at this. Wait, I have an idea. I need to get back over there, though. So enjoy another, like, 5 minutes of me running pointlessly around this whole long loop just because they wanted to make this take forever. I genuinely cannot say anything positive about this segment I'm in right now. Oh, great. That you just don't care about noises, huh? Great. So how the fuck are you supposed to get him over here, then? It's pretty apparent that that's exactly what you're expected to do, is bring him over here. Or so that he activates the button. I don't have anything else that'll do anything in this situation. And you end up with the exact same situation if you try to drag one of the walking enemies over here. But the only way I can get into this tunnel consistently is to go all the way around. So the only thing I can think of... No, that doesn't work. This might just be garbage here. Like, this might just be the one bad section. Because every game, I swear, has one bad section. And this, I think, is it. I'm gonna look it up, because I have no idea if I'm even chasing the right idea here. I forget what the name of this particular section is. Give me Dark Castle General and I'll just find the water tower. Okay, the walkthrough is saying lure one of the box over here by knocking. The problem is, though, you still have the same problem. Like, unless they happen to path shockingly intelligently to get over here, without me having to help them too much. Oh, I see the idea, though. Not in there, though. The other... You fucking asshole. Pretty much, yeah, that's the feel I'm getting from this. Come here, dum-dum. No, you gotta walk over here, asshole. I don't need him to walk all the way over here, but I need him to walk far enough that I can run past him and then knock him onto here and be able to keep him here. Okay. Let me hit him with a heavier stun to make sure he doesn't just get up and wander off. I just needed to make sure he didn't die getting pushed over there. Okay, Juggler's my best stun, so pop. Okay, he should stay asleep for a bit now. Now, the door I needed to get to from that was past the Mimic, I think? He was this way? No, this is the wrong fucking way. But this room's too fucking big! So I can't tell where I'm going, ever. He woke up, too. Love that. Love that for me. No, you stay there, you fuck. I'm gonna have to go all the way back around because I'm in the wrong part of the loop now. I went the wrong fucking way, all because I spent so much time trying to get this dumb piece of shit onto the right damn location. Now he's gonna wander off. Hope you're ready to have another 10 to 15 minutes of our time wasted, because that's what this section's all about, is wasting your time. Like, to soothe anybody that likes this game, trust me when I say this is a good game, except this. This is the one bad part. Because I don't know what they got in their head about this idea being great, but it ain't. This might be the single thing in here that has the least respect for the player's time. Because don't get me wrong, it's a neat idea. Like, the theory of what they're doing here is good. But combining it with ice physics and having this room be this fucking huge just makes this take forever. Like, this is just an unnecessarily long process here, since you have to go the whole long way around because of the way the ice physics work, in order to reset this after it goes wrong. And I can't even, like, just use the juggler the whole way, because there's high odds of him just dying, which doesn't help. Like, I feel like the Mimic would be a much better choice to put there, but I can't get the Mimic to move there. Unless I happen to bait the Mimic into, like, this cubbyhole over here somehow. Or at least bait him close enough. Okay, once again, get into a position where I won't kill him until he's at where I need him to be. You little fucker. I hate this as well. The fact you can so easily just get a little bit of knockback and get sent straight back to hell. So now I need to go all the way back around again. So go directly to hell, do not pass go, do not collect $200, abandon all hope, all ye who enter here. On the bright side, I'm hoping I'm getting the worst section of this final area out of the way first, which is why I went here first, in case anybody was wondering why I was fool enough to go to the ice area first. Because I was hoping to just get the worst part out of the way. Where'd he go? Okay, he went all the way home. He just wasn't home yet when I went to knock to get his attention. I might be able to lure him actually over here, though, if I just sit here and knock. Eventually just chip a hole in the damn ice. This might be more what's intended, is you lure him, like, actively over here, and then run for it, instead of stunning him onto there. I just wanted the certainty of him staying in position, which made it harder than it needed to be. But I do still think that that's not a good section, is it just is just too much busy work. Is genuinely that entire section exists just to make you have to go around extra distance, just to make the section take longer. Bomb. Just ignoring all these mummies. I don't care. They're destroying themselves and each other. Good for them. Probably should have recharged my gun, but it's fine. There's, of course, a recharge station around. Like, this just continues the trend that I keep pointing out every time. Hint, square, square, square. I'm assuming that's the orientation of the blocks that it wants. That's what the hint's trying to tell you. There's a loser switch. Push it? No. The loser switch is if you fuck this up, I assume. So I need to build a bridge. I need to build a bridge that lets me cross from A to B here. That much is obvious. And the 3 blocks over here, like this thing here, 3 blocks in the bottom right corner, or in a 90-degree angle shape, presumably is indicating that a block needs to be here. That is my impression based on what this is putting in front of me here. Thing is, this block is 1 space too far to the side to fulfill that role, so something would have to then be put there. I also don't know why that particular configuration is even being shown to me, because even if there was a block here, I don't see how that would help getting 2 blocks here. Unless that's part of setting it up. Which is possible. Like, I see a way to get a block over there to fulfill that orientation. You just do that. Ah. Ah, I see. I see. I see part of the idea here. You just do that. Now, what we do from there becomes the question mark. And I think it may be an order of operations issue again, where I actually need to do something else first and then do that. There's nowhere this block can go that's beneficial. Outside of going, like, all the way out here. But even then, it ends up... Now it can go here. No. No, 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 no. I need to check something. Hang on. I've realized something horrible. Oh, you fuckers. You absolute bastards. You really did that, didn't you? You really did that so that I have to do that whole thing. If I'm understanding what I'm seeing here correctly, I'm gonna be very cross. It's time, potentially, for asinine order of operations theater. So we put that block there. We move it over, but before we move that block up here and lock this one in, we need to move this one to somewhere else. But that somewhere else is a question mark, because the only place it can go is down to join this one. Now, you might be wondering, well, why would you even do that in the first place? Because you do this. You put this one in position to take this one's place. Except that doesn't work. Until after the other one's already over there. So never mind, I'm less upset but more upset, if that makes sense. Except I now have a different thought, but I'm not sure what the follow-up to that thought is, so I'm gonna have to experiment. Because if I just put them in a trio here like this, that builds that part of the bridge. But the follow-up is where the problem ends up being here. So I put that one there, but but I can't walk diagonally. Despite the fact that you would think this would be a very easy thing to do, you cannot do that. Oh, that is the answer, though. You don't actually make the bridge directly across. You make a 90-degree bridge, like this. That's what they were talking about with this. The problem was the amount of space between them made me think there actually had to be an empty space between them. That's where that went wrong. But that's exactly what they wanted, is this. Another case of order of operations making you have to do an extra 4 steps when, in theory, there was a way where you could have done it in many less steps. Though, honestly, one could argue that that's the entire way block puzzles work, is make you do an extra 10 steps when 3 would do nicely. Well, that was altogether unnecessary. Yeah, we are definitely gonna have to stretch a bit today to finish the game, because we have 3 other sections to get through before the finale. Hopefully they don't take as long as this one did. Okay, on the bright side, we have a fully charged gun for this, at least. I don't know if I want to use Swordsman for this. I feel like Gradius is probably the one I want for this, because I'll have reach. I do have some tricks up my sleeve for this fight, but I probably shouldn't burn too many of my tricks too soon. I do need to heal first, though. Healing first would be a smart move. And we'll just pop an ice nut immediately. So, you know, for all that we got rid of these immortals, it really is very disappointing to have them be back, by the way. Because by the very logic the game claims to be operating under, they should be dead when we blast them with the pile driver, because it says it eliminates all resurrection. And yet, somehow here they are again anyway. So how the hell does that work? Okay, this whole thing is not working nearly as well as I'd hoped. The ice protection's working great. Oh, and I can't charge here, huh? He's got new moves, so that's cool for him, I guess. Okay, I'm out of juice, and I don't have that many solar nuts. Unless maybe I can only not recharge when there's an active blizzard going? Question mark? Problem is, I don't think most of my other guns would be that much more ammo efficient. Swordsman's probably the closest to ammo efficient we really get. But I can't really call that damage to firing ratio effective. So what am I supposed to do? Is there actually a spot to recharge somewhere? That's lit up a little bit, but it doesn't let me recharge there. Unless I, like, slam ice blocks into him, but I don't know why that would hurt him. But the other immortals have all had things you can hit them with. Okay, no, hitting him with ice blocks does work. For some reason. You know, when you can find him. There he is. I don't think there's any ice blocks in his vicinity, though. No, none of them are lined up for him. Wait, no, this one might work. That's not doing much in the way of damage at all, though. Thing is, if I use up my last solar nut, I'm not gonna be able to plant more. To have gone all this way just to have this happen. I might have to just use the... Where is it? The Luna Lens. One that uses no energy. Though I'm assuming there's a consequence to it. Yeah, it doesn't do any damage. That's kind of what I was afraid of. So that's useless. Huh. We have 4 batteries worth of energy, and we still barely moved his health bar laying into him. Dead. That's fine. I wanted to die to recharge my energy. Problem is, about the only other thing I could do is I warp out of the dungeon and grow a bunch more solar nuts. So I don't have anything else that'll get my energy back. I mean, I could get a loan, but that's not really a move I want to make. In terms of moving his health bar, the Gradius really was the best choice. I just need to be a little more selective with my fire, probably. Because I was just trying to lay into him and end the fight quickly. Oh yeah, hitting him with an ice block and then shooting him, that's the move. And I can also just kind of pick at him a bit. Problem is, there's a lot of times where he's positioned where no blocks are. At least no blocks that I can get an angle at. Which, that's an issue of the Game Boy Advance itself, because you only have so much screen space to work with. So it can be hard to have any real situational awareness because you just have this tiny little space to work with. I'm burning through most of my energy now. It is interesting, because the blocks sometimes do a lot of damage and sometimes they don't. Maybe it's hitting him in the head? I don't know. I have lots of healing items, so I can kind of just tank through this a bit. I also should just turn the damn ice protection back on. I'm just so focused on trying to figure out a way to actually just kill him. I've not really been thinking too much about the whole not dying thing, since dying doesn't really matter that much. See, that one, again, did a lot of damage, and I don't know why. Oh, wow. From downtown. That's right, get in position, you fool. Dunk! There we go. I guess maybe they're fake, and that's why you don't have to pile drive them again? Sabata's thoughts flow past. The force to drive this castle was to be gathered from 4 ends of eras, each summoned to the city of death, Istrakhan, by 2 immortals and 2 guardians. And the earthly maiden was to be the necessary sacrifice. Your arrival forced a change of plans. So there goes one of the guardians. And the tower just gets jettisoned. Okay, that's not gonna have great consequences for the Earth or anything. Totally not any problems from that at all. Oh good, at least I don't have to do an escape sequence to get out of that section of the tower we're blowing up. Oh hey, it's a mimic. I'm just gonna go in here. Hell with it. I don't even remember which tower this was. I think this is the land tower. The land tower with distinctly less land. Maybe this is the wind tower. Wow. It does beg the question, who's gonna have the Earth Tower? Because if Camilla is Camilla of the Wind, then she would presumably not be the one guarding Earth. Unless it's ironic of the Wind and she's actually still of the Earth. Also, apparently we can still get energy here. I guess just the blizzard was blocking us getting energy. Typical blizzard ruining everything. Okay, I need to go back there and take the other elevator, I think. I don't know what to call these floating platforms other than elevators. Because I can call them floating platforms, but that's 2 words. Why use 2 words when one will do nicely? Okay, no, that doesn't actually... No, there is one that lands here. Okay. Just the pattern of them was a little weird, because there was one just passing by... Oh, it was the same one. They just decided to have it pass by close first and make you think it wasn't going there. Very good. Now, a wiser man would go back home and grow a bunch of solar fruit, and after this fight, I probably will. Because it's very clear to me that the bosses at this point have way more health than they did before. I'm just happy not to be dealing with ice physics anymore, if I'm honest. Wait, I thought I hit something for a second there, other than the crystals. That was weird. Sure, that's nothing to worry about. I wonder if I'm gonna have to do, like, a mirror puzzle again. So far, it seems like I'm just climbing up this tower, not really having much to worry about. We also were getting through the ice tower pretty clearly and cleanly until my knees got taken out from under me by the ice. A light for stone eyes. Yep, we are doing another one of those puzzles. Okay, that's fine. That is a nice reminder, though, in case you forgot how that bit worked. Okay, the rest of those mirrors are correct. This one was the only one that needed to change. I mean, I guess I could okay, I do need the cockatrice shots for it. No, shoot at me, you fucker. Come on, chase me over here. Hey, hey. So kindly do not kill me. Killing me would be greatly inconvenient. Oh, you piece of shit. Come on. I don't think there's any way to specifically bait them to shoot is the problem. There we go. Like, one would think that being far enough away will convince them to shoot, but sometimes they just fly more than once instead. Which is, again, why I really just do not like anything that relies on enemy AIs and things like that doing what you want them to. Especially in a situation like that, where the shot just barely missed where it needed to go. Like, personally, I just find these very frustrating. The idea is very interesting, but the actual reality of them is frequently just annoying. Especially when you've got a dumbass like this who just keeps waddling back and forth where you don't need him to be. Appreciate it, Earth. Hope everything's going well. Just dancing with a bunch of angry chickens. Okay, looks like this is the only other thing I really need to have him do. Don't shoot from there, you dingus. Over here. Nope. Well, fine, that'll work. Shoot me. There you go. Like, see, even though this is annoying, this is still not as bad as the other one was. Because, again, I don't have ice physics wasting my time. So this room is, admittedly, once again, probably bigger than it needs to be. It's very easy to lose your frame of reference in the room at all. Fuck's sake. Would you kindly be a better marksman than that? Why is this spot that I have to get him to chase me around in so small this time? Come on. Because he just keeps doing that instead. Like, they had to have known that that was a bad idea, right? They had to have known that it was a crapshoot to get his AI to shoot at that range. Okay, that one's done. But what am I missing? The answer? I wish I knew, because I can't goddamn see far enough in this room to be able to tell. Is that one's lit? That one's lit? Oh, there's another one over there. Great. You know what? I have a brilliant idea. How about we just get rid of that mirror entirely? There we go. That makes that a lot easier. No need to have an extra mirror in play. And now, thank you for your service, Perish. That's for all the times you jumped at me instead of doing what you were supposed to. But I'm assuming that's the big puzzle for this section, is just one big cockatrice puzzle. No, it sounded like I'm gonna have to do it again. More bombs, always down for more bombs. I'm glad I brought a lot of healing with me in here. Oh, okay, it's statues this time, though, so they're a lot more consistent, at least. Just go ahead and get rid of that guy. God damn it, that's what I was trying to avoid. Now we need to reset the room because an enemy just happened to get stuck on top of a mirror. Haha. Things they didn't think through when they were designing these things. Outlier situations like that. And I get it, it's an outlier, but let's be real. Outliers are probably the things that are the most likely to actually happen in real gameplay for the most part, rather than a lot of those things that they would be expecting to happen. Is your average player does not behave the same as a game developer does. So a lot of behaviors they expect you to follow because they understand how the thing works aren't gonna actually happen the same way. Also, I forgot again about the sun particle. I probably could have used that during the Garmir fight to not have to throw it the first time. Oh well. We actually learned how that and fight's mechanics worked better anyway, so really I count that as mostly a victory in that instance. Guess I just leave this room? The green chest. Oh, I just get it from here, okay. It was just a coin, I hate it here. As much as I would really love coins in real life right now, I don't need them in this game. I'd be happy for every coin I get in life right now, but unfortunately, I cannot summon these coins out of the Game Boy Advance to make them useful to me. On the road to nowhere, running down forever, going to a place no one needs to go. Wow, I was kidding about it being a place no one needs to go. It looks like I just need to shoot a switch over there, so that's not actually that bad. So if it's just a target practice segment, this is fine. So I assume the idea is they're running you through each of the mechanics that were done in each of the areas. Which means we're gonna have probably at least one kind of annoying lava segment in the fire area. I saw another purple switch. Oh yeah, but that's because there is another one. Okay, I see. Ding! See, things like this I can do. These are not difficult. The timing could probably be a bit tricky if you... especially since you can't see where the second one is. But since they're interlinked, you can kind of just guess where the other one's going to be based on where the first one is. And that's the best you got for that, unfortunately. It'd be better if you were able to fit them all on screen, but, you know, Game Boy Advance limitations once again. I don't want to pull anything out of the bank. We have full ammo. Oh yeah, math puzzles as well. Right, these do exist, don't they? Okay, so 6, 5, 2, and 8 all need to be combined somehow using all of these mathematical symbols here. So... I can only use each of these once. So the clever play would be to put the equal sign here. But that will not work, because there's no way to subtract, divide, or add these two combinations to create a pair that is equal. So... is there some manner to add, divide, and subtract to make it equal any of the ones on the ends? So I have to be very particular about where I put the divide specifically. Because if I, for example, if I put it down here, if I put the equal sign down here at 8, I then need to turn these 3 into an 8 somehow. But I presume it does not handle partial numbers very well. So if I, like, divided 5 by 2... you would end up with a mess, because it would be 2 and change. But I presume it would just round to 2 in that scenario? So, like, if I had the 6 divide by 5, it would just be 1. And then a remainder. But that does not help me make it equal 8. But if I go the other way around, and I divide 8 by 2, that makes 4, which does not particularly go well together with 5 to make a 6. So that does not work. I also don't need all of the operations, so I could just leave divide out of this. entirely. And that's probably the smarter play. So what do I do to make either 5, 2, and 8 equal 6, or 6, 5, and 2 equal 8? Calculating. Is 8 minus 2 makes 6, but then the 5 fucks everything up. 6 minus 5 makes 1, and then the 2 can't do anything to fix the 1 that's left. And make it 8. But if I combine 6 and 5 to make 11 and then minus 2, that makes 9. That is also not correct. If I make 10 over here and then minus 5, that makes 5, not 6. That does not work. So I think I actually have to use the division somehow. I just don't know what application it's gonna want that to be in. Because if I add the 6 to the 2 and get 10 and divide it by 5, I get 2. That doesn't help. And I can't move these numbers, right? No, the numbers are locked in. So it's the operation therein that I need to work with. And obviously... Oh, there's not even a multiply anyway, so that's not even an option. No, because dividing wouldn't work there either. Because if I made 11 and then divided it by 2, that ends up with 5, 6 if you round up. That doesn't work. But the equals has to go at one end or the other, because this has to complete, presumably. You can't just have a bunch of mathematical operations just sitting there. There is more than one way to look at things. If you want another hint, come back to this panel. I assume the more than one way to look at things is what I was talking about, where you could either go from this end this way, or this end that way. Like from the 6 to the 8, or from the 8 to the 6. That doesn't tell me anything. Change your point of view. Is that meant to be a 9? Oh, you fuckers. Is that what they did? Because if that's a 9, that changes things. Oh, that is cheeky. I don't know if I like that, but I have a solution now. I should have been suspicious when the 6 was the only thing that wasn't something that's the same no matter which way you look at it. So it's 9 minus 5, which makes 4, and then 4 times 2 makes 8. I am torn between being angry and applauding them for that one. Well, that doesn't work, though, because that's not a multiply. That's a plus, so that doesn't work anyway. But I think that's the key, though, is that this is meant to be a 9. Which changes the entire face of the scenario here. But how do I change that to benefit? Is 9 plus 5 makes 14. Dividing that by 2 just makes 7. That doesn't work. Is the thing that keeps fucking me up with this is, again, that tilt. The fact that I have to kind of look at this from, like, a 30-degree angle for this to be correct. Is looking at it the same way we are looking at it now makes it look like a times symbol instead of a plus. And that just threw the whole thing out. What a whack. even though I had stated exactly that before. But hope took over her common sense for a moment there. That said, maybe there's a way to make the sides equal because that's a 9? Yes, there is. I state again that they're a bunch of cheeky bastards. Because the mathematics are sublimely simple. 9 minus 5 makes 4. What does 2 divided by 8 make? Oh, right, 4. I'm over here, like, doing 8th level nonsense for a 2nd level problem. But why is this still not the answer? This is an equation that is correct. Maybe it's because the plus is touching it? No. Does this not work? 8 divided by 2, again, like I said, makes 4. And 9 minus 5 makes 4. And it's not even a case of, like, that's a negative 4 or anything, because the 5 is being taken away from the 9. Unless that is just a 6, and then the entire thing goes out the window. I don't know how many more ways to look at this. Okay, upside down is correct. I am right in thinking that it's a 9 then. But then this equation should be correct. But I guess this just isn't the answer they're looking for? Then what answer do they want? Also, the fact that you have to admit that you're a loser to get the answer is kind of fucked. Oh, no, I'm an idiot. I am a complete idiot. There is another very simple answer here. Though mine is correct, it's not the answer they're looking for. I had to sit there and think about it for a minute. This is the very same thing I tried to make before. Because I believe I had said this one aloud at one point. Is you take 8 divide it by 2, you make 4, you add 4 to 5, you get 9. So again, saying that 9 minus 5 and 2 divided by 8 are the same is correct. It's fucking calculus class all over again. You're correct, but you didn't do it the way we wanted you to, therefore fuck you. And we're doing this again, huh? Okay. But those shots made it. I saw them get past the third one. Oh, I'm out of range. So of course I have limited range. Fuck's sake. Also, the fact that you could eventually shoot them down with regular shots is hilarious to me. Like, they anticipated people were just gonna get pissed and just pull out one of the machine guns and just destroy the things. At least they were kind enough to give you a recharge there in case you ended up spending a lot of ammo trying to hit that target. Which would be very bad, but also completely understandable. Because I spent a bunch of ammo not hitting it because it was out of range. We're really doing this bit again, huh? Okay. That was shockingly cooperative of them. But I think the not red ones, I think, don't jump, so they can only shoot. Okay, now we finally are back here, back where we started this section. So we can go back if we need to. There's the Immortal. So it's gonna be Carmilla then, I presume. Yep. Guardian of the Wind. Bring it. Yeah, see, Soulless Carmilla. So they just made copies. It's this one you can tell the colors are wrong. Garmir, he was just still blue, so it was hard to tell anything was different there. Yeah, that one will make it. Not at the best angle, but it'll make it. That won't land anywhere, but that's okay. Hey, shoot here, please. Oh boy. When I said shoot here, that didn't mean shoot everywhere. Ah. Problem is, the amount of them that they throw everywhere, it's just a lot of information to try to parse quickly. Because you gotta parse all their connecting points fast. Of course, that one didn't land. Why would it? Okay, that one just kind of disappeared for some reason. I'm getting, like, no damage in this time because I'm not reading these fast enough. But it's not like I can pause to look at them or anything. And you have two very specific angles you need to hit. You either need to hit her in the face or hit her in the tail. Facing the wrong way. That one will get the tail. And now she backs up and just immediately goes to tail time. Gex will be proud. Eep. You know, I would have deserved getting hit for that joke. I would have understood. Right in the face. And that one will get minor damage, but she ran away fast enough, so never mind. Alright, I'm still using flame. I don't need flame for this. Spitting enough fire as it is at this point. Ow. She herself really does negligible damage. Outside of, like, the orbs. That one's gonna be too far to the side, but there's nothing I could have done about that one. Ah! I got hit with slowdown right as I tried to get to that one, so I didn't quite get in position fast enough. That one counted, though. So I, of course, slowed myself down trying not to run past it, but in doing so, I ended up stopping short instead because the slowdown changed the timing. Ah! Oh, for fuck's sake. That really bounced around in all of that, apparently, huh? Okay. There we go, fight's over. That really isn't that difficult, it's just mildly annoying when the things don't want to cooperate. Which is also why I just went right in there. There we go, that's 2 down. We got 2 more to go, and then we can, I presume, go to the final battle. Forgot it was a mimic again. What is this land tower? I'm curious who's the guardian of the land tower. I guess it would have to be the Count. Yep, it's the Count. Okay. Important, important, important. Important. The top floor passcode is currently 1, 9, 5, 7. Not sure why this is a thing, but I'm glad I checked this note. 1957. Important, important, important. I swear if they change the codes daily and then somehow I spend enough time where a day in game passes by the time I get up there, I'm gonna be very upset. I have to assume that the Count will actually be more of a threat this time. Because he was a decent threat the first time, but he also was the first real boss of the game, so... we'll see. Because we did just kind of spam him to death. I can't really think of too many puzzles this area had, particularly. Mostly just doing what I'm doing right now, going and grabbing a key. Of course, there was all the darkness mechanics, I guess, like we're dealing with right now, where you can see even less. Isn't that something you want, to be able to see less of what you were doing? Admittedly, there are some things I've done that I would be happy seeing less of what I was doing. That's neither here nor there. This is not one of those situations. Traditional bats of the vampire castle. Really could use a recharge in here somewhere. Oh wait, is that the bit we're doing this time? Is that was something that one of the areas in the castle did, is we had to rotate a room around. I had forgotten about that, if I'm honest. This fucking mimic won't quit. It's a good thing the ghouls don't notice when the lights get turned on. They just apparently don't care. Then again, you know, you're working in a haunted vampire mansion. Or in this case, a fake version of a haunted vampire mansion. I guess weird things like that would happen on the regular, huh? Shit's haunted. Oh, I think I understand. No? Oh, there went that idea. Not really sure what I'm doing in here. I'm going to assume I do something else somewhere else. At 3, a treasure. At 6, a trap. At 9, a path. Choose a time and continue. Ah. So I need to combine these in some way. So at 3, a treasure. At 6, a trap. At 9, a path. So let's make 3. I could have just pulled the 3. I don't really know why I chose to pull 1 and 2. There's the treasure. 2 bombs. Solar fruit. Solar leaf. Seeing eye. Speaking of, there were some odd empty spaces in this room. Is there anything hidden in here? Uh-huh. Holding out on me, A-count. Ooh, gold apple. I'm glad I checked. Okay, so 6 was a ooh, there's another hidden thing up there. Really should use these seal nuts more often. But I suppose I could also just be walking around mashing the pickup button. So that wouldn't be very fun. Be funny when it worked, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, so it was at 3 a treasure, at 6 a trap, at 9 a path. But how do I make 9 out of this? Oh wait, yeah. We turn off 1 and we turn on the rest of them. Because 3 and 4 make 7, and then 7 plus 2 makes 9. Part of me's curious what the trap is, but I'm just kind of done with that idea right now. I want out of here. Ammo. Delicious, delicious ammo. Okay, empty room otherwise. Was half expecting the immortal arrow to be there already. I was like, huh, okay. Guess we're just done here, huh? Yeah. Fucking mimics. Can't have nice things because mimics exist in this world. Also because these things exist in this world and eat my ammo. Hey, a carrot. Interesting that there's a ×2 carrot in the final area of the game. One could say that that's a little silly. But there's some logic to it, because if you need to bail out of here, having, like, ×2s and such to help you recover and get more resources faster is actually very generous of them, if you think about it. Just all depends on how you choose to think about it. Huh. Speaking of thinking about it, what the fuck am I thinking about here? I theoretically need 2 blocks. So I need a block here and a block here. Or I need to somehow learn to fly and get across this hole here. The thing is, though, I can't see any move to make where this works. So if I push this block up, it's stuck. If I push this block in, it is not stuck, but I then am trading 1 block for 1 block. Because I lose the ability to move this one, I gain the ability to move this one. The higher block then blocks the path to being able to move this one, so technically I'm actually losing 2 blocks if I move this top. Though, much the same situation if I move the block I'm standing next to as well. Because I'm then locked out of everything. So, ironically enough, the top block is the one that loses me less. They might want me to break this block, push the one that's up top down. But then what do you do from there? We can experiment with that thought, but I don't think that works. This might also not be the right kind of block for it to destroy. No, it is damaging it. So if I break that, I can go up here, knock this one down. Now, it may seem like I'm just resetting myself back to where I started. Actually, yeah, that was entirely it, because I didn't actually need to go from that staircase. I just needed to go from this one. Overcomplicating it again. More bombs? They really are giving me a lot of bombs here. It's like they're gonna expect me to use them somewhere. Okay, this is just a big area that's gonna loop back to where we were before. But we couldn't have gone this way initially, because this box wouldn't have been in this hole. So that all makes sense. Thankfully that box stayed on the button. What's up here before I go through the door we clearly need to go through since we had to push a box onto a button for it? Ah, that's how you get into here from over there. Is going through where the box it needed to be moved. So I think I'm where I'm actually supposed to be, and the other one is extra then. Let's go fix that then. I'm mildly confused by that. Oh, wait. No, this might be completely different. Yeah, no, this is completely different in that it is completely superfluous because we've been here already. In hindsight, it couldn't have been there unless there was stairs immediately past that door because... yeah. Silly me. I forgot I'd gone upstairs. Important, important, important. Enter the passcode to the top floor. Okay, so this is where the passcode to the top floor goes. What's this other room got for me, then? We already have the passcode, so we don't need that, but I do flash grenades. I wonder if flash grenades are particularly effective against the Count, since he would logically be vulnerable to light, being a vampire of a more classic type. Gun, why are you overheating now? Why is now the time you've chosen to overheat? Just turn the sun off. I wonder if there's just a bug in the code for the solar sensor mod that just causes it to freak out occasionally. Okay, so it is 1, 9, 5, 7, 1957. What? Important, important, important. Check the passcode on the first floor. But I wrote it down. The fuck you mean that's the wrong passcode? Do I have it in the wrong order or something? 7, 5, 9, 1? Okay, no, it's not backwards. The fuck you mean? Like, did the situation I was talking about genuinely happen? Where it changed while I was working my way up here? I'm gonna put a save state down and go back, and I'm just going to literally load the state back up here, because I'm not running all the way back down and then all the way back up again. Fuck that noise. Well, then again, I do need the ammo, though. I'm gonna want full ammo for the fight. God damn. One thing I can do... Here are speed nut. I have so many of these, I should probably be using them. This at least will make it slightly more tolerable. I'll just shoot the Mimic for good measure. Oh right, I need to goddamn play with the levers though. Well, I pulled both of them to get where I was, so I assume I just pull them both again to get back where I was. Important, important, important. Important. Top floor passcode is currently... It did change! 2011. Yeah, if it's changing, I'm gonna just go ahead and load the save state. I'll make do with less ammo. That's fine. Just fuck you and your stupid timed code mechanic. I made sure to write down the code, so that is not my fault that that changed. I don't know what mechanic it changed by, but it is shenanigans that it changed. It's like, at the very least, there should have been, like, a warning, like, hey, this changes or something. Like, I had a hint of it because of the fact that it said it currently is. Like, that's oddly specific language for it to not just randomly change at some point. But telling you how it changes would help make that a bit of a better sequence, I would say. And this provides us a shortcut back. Go ahead and refill my ammo again. Because, based on the Garmir fight, I'm gonna need as much ammo as possible. It's either that or I'm gonna have to sit there and play a ping pong with the Count and just send his attacks back at him. Which I could do, but I'd rather just, you know, kill him directly. Oh wow, all those were real. Immortal that way. Okay, let's get off the Crusader frame and back to the Gradius frame. We're already on quad battery, on Soul 3. Yeah, need be, we can also just cast a Rising Sun out anyway. You've kept me waiting, Hunter. No, Drac. You beat me once, you won't beat me again. Even your father, the best vampire hunter that ever was, could not defeat the flow of time. Humans, mortals, are such miserable creatures. But I am an undying immortal. With this dark matter, I can return time after time. Except I kind of nuked that, and you're just deluded because you're a fake. The musical of blood is ripe for a revival. Let's go, Drac. Oh, you're summoning spiders this time. Look at you. Wow, even reflecting that, he did not take much damage. I am burning through ammo rapidly here. He's healing what damage I've done to him. He's a cheeky bastard that way. Oh, that seemed to have hurt him quite a bit, actually, when he did that. Oh, you know what? Here. Enjoy the sun. Now, I'm just gonna keep firing suns at you. Fuck you. It's not like I've been using these things that much anyway. Sun, Mr. Golden Sun, fuck his shit up. I don't even actually need them to recharge my energy for this fight, because there's a recharge point over here. It's me. It's me again. You got bad at this. You know what? No. Ridiculous. How could I? Twice. Is this blood? This soul? Your bequest? Is this your power, Ringo? Forgive me. Quit. We. And he explodes and vaporizes once again. And then explodes some more, because he has to explode. Alright, we just have one left. We gotta go deal with Muspel again. Which, his fight wasn't that bad. We just kind of gave him the runaround until he died. Getting back to him is gonna be the annoying part. On the bright side, I can just recharge my energy because the sun I fired into the sky is still there. There we go. Fire tower here. Let's go ahead and put the sun launcher away, though, so we don't end up burning those. Let's also go ahead and switch to the frost lens. Because I'm assuming most things in here are going to be weak to ice, much like everything's been weak to their, well, weaknesses. A lot of fire around that I'm going to need to put out. Now we got a lava switch immediately. So it seems like all that did was make the room hot. Oh, no, there we go. There's lava. And there's moving platforms. Okay. Much like it was in the place before. You're the first to say I'm not really sure I'm going the right way by going the way I'm going. Just kind of making up as I go along. Like, I'm willing to bet I'm probably missing a few items at this point. Probably turn this back off now that I've done that loop. Assuming that's the idea. Is you access different parts of this area depending on how the lava's raised or lowered. Much like how it was in the original fire dungeon. As I go around this way and I can get to the ground floor and go put out all the fires. That is not very effective, though. A much more focused fire extinguisher. Not really sure why I put that fire over here out, because we saw there was nothing there. Which honestly, unless you're dealing with a lot of fire, a focused fire extinguisher is probably your best bet. Okay, that's just another way to go back. I thought so based on where that elevator was, but I needed to make sure that there wasn't something I was gonna miss because of not going there. Really setting my ammo on fire around here, I gotta say. And that's not meant to be a pun, but it was. That fire can stay. Oh wait, there was this whole line of fire over here, too. Guarding whatever this chest is. Golden apple, you know what? That was worth it and not at the same time. Thankfully, the swordsman frame is also good at just dealing with these guys just fine. Not really sure what that button did, but I hit it. I have a clever idea, and I don't know if it'll work. Doesn't seem like it works. But the fact that that doesn't care about height works. Oh, I think I see the idea here. Yep. We're getting around in here pretty well so far. I'm waiting for that to change. This seems like a trap. Oh no, that just moved the rock. I expected lava to enter the room and ruin my day. Turns out not so much though, it actually worked out for a change. Controller might be freaking out a little bit. Oh, we got golems aplenty here. This room is basically identical to the one that was in the dungeon, or at least the centerpiece is. So I wonder if we're actually gonna have to ride it around like an elevator again. Coming through, boys. Fighting them would have just been a waste of grenades. Certainly a waste of solar energy. Gotta say, I am slightly at a loss as to exactly where they want me to be going in here, though. They definitely seem to be intending for me to be using bombs here, though. Oh, wait. Maybe we haven't been over here, because there's the loans. We're not going to use it, because we haven't had any reason to need a loan. But good to know that that's there. Yep. That means while this room looks exactly the same as a room I've been in already, it's actually not a room I've been in already. It's just a annoyingly very similar room. Go to weapon recharge. Not like I can cool the path off. But that, I presume, is the path forward. Wait, there's another door in that room? Pull up. Is it a door? Sure did. Oh, for a moment I was gonna have to go backwards. In order to accomplish anything. Oh wow, I found a hidden carrot as well. Oh, these guys are just getting cooked. I don't know why they keep putting these things in places where they're not gonna survive. Need 2 more life fruit, I think, still to get the last, I would assume, last health extension. The 3 would be an odd amount of health extensions, so maybe I just missed one completely en route somewhere. Wouldn't surprise me. There's a couple places I missed a chunk of. Logic denotes the higher up in the tower I am, the better off I am. So there may have been like another frame or something in one of the other areas I'm bypassing by doing this. So perhaps this is the part that's extra. Hard to say, really. Four more bombs? Okay. Maybe they expect me to, like, throw a bunch of grenades at Muspel. Oh, there's the bank. And a ton of chests up above it. But how do you... There's nothing connecting to that. Where are my seeing eyes? No, there's nothing hidden. Eh. Maybe there's a block up here somewhere that I bring back to get across there or something. No? Huh. Yep, I did find a hidden chest that way, though. With an invincibility fruit in it, so you know what? Worth it. Another invisible chest with a fire fruit in it. Less worth. Oh yeah, I still have the earth lens equipped. I need the frost lens, thank you. I have fires to put out. Got real used to this at most of my jobs. And I don't mean literal fires in those cases, though sometimes that was also true. Aha, there's a box to push. It's all the way up here. Now, if it wasn't for the fact that it's like 4 chests, I wouldn't be bothering to go back and do this. With the amount of chests that there are, I am interested. Oh, sweet, I pushed it to the exact right spot, too. Look at me doing good things. 2 rising sun. Speed up. Banana. And a golden apple. It was almost not worth it. Almost. Because if it was just the banana and the golden apple, I probably would have been like, eh. But the 2 rising suns to replace the ones I used against the count is actually fairly worth it. Might even just use 1 to recharge our gun here. Just so I don't have to run all the way back to the recharge station. I'm assuming there's going to be another recharge somewhere in here. Ow. Really don't have to care too much about damage, if I'm honest. I've got a bunch of healing. You know, we never did get the prompt that the solar tree's calling to us at any point in here, so I wonder if those revived fruit just never grew. It probably just didn't. Probably still growing. Or they've died in this time and I just didn't know it. Oh, there's the immortal up there, huh? Alright. Let's see if 2 more rising suns. Okay. I think they're trying to tell me something here. Something real subtle like, hey, use 1 of them to recharge your gun, stupid. Because we have 6 of them, so... Oop. Oh god, there's wind in here? I did not know that. That explains the way this place looked, though. Ow. Ow. Well, we got most of our gun ammo back. You know what? I'll take it. We'll switch to bombs. Stay on Frost 1. Go to Gradius. We'll go and heal up. Then it's off to battle. We do have 21 solar nuts if things go really badly. I think there's recharge points in his fight, too, because we ran him around in circles while I recharged last time. And I've got things to protect myself with, like flame nuts and such, so... He shouldn't really be a threat at all. He'll just be an inconvenience. Oh, he split up immediately, though. So that's a move. So making them run into each other is a very effective counter to that. I think the machine gun may just be less effective against him, though. So he's just also just a tanky son of a bitch. Like, the main way we dealt damage to him before was making him nearly fall off. Like that, yeah. Because then I can just chip away at him real well. Probably shouldn't burn all my bombs, but he's also not really giving a shit too much. I'm gonna have to burn a lot of these solar nuts here, because I realized there doesn't actually appear to be a recharge point in this fight. And since the particles are flying around in here, I'm assuming I'll get pushed around by wind if I activate a sun in here. Nee. Missed. Oh, he didn't miss by enough this time, though. Damn you. It's gonna get me. Oh, no. No, he's splitting into the little ones again. His turning radius when he's shrunk is so much better than it is when he's big, though. Remember I said maybe I shouldn't use up all my bombs? Yeah, I may or may not have decided to hell with that because of just how much fucking health this guy has. And how much solar energy I don't have, but hell with it, I'll risk the sun. No, it doesn't make a wind stream push me around in here. Okay, so there are also recharge points. They're just not always there, I guess? Or it was one on the other side and one... Oh, no, they're just only there while the sun exists. Right, I'm an idiot. There's no recharge points in most of these fights because I'm fighting them at night. Duh. Totally just made this way harder on myself, basically. I did not mean to summon another sun, but, well, it happened. May as well just fully recharge, then. Sometimes he just doesn't seem to give a shit about the damage I'm doing, though. Maybe I should just go for it with the Gradius, then. Because at least its damage rank is a step higher. I just can't hurt him while he's in ball form with the Gradius. Yeah, no, Gradius just doesn't even hurt him. Juggler? That hurts him, but not much. Yeah, I guess Swordsman is the best I got for him, then. Because at least this can hurt him and get rid of his flames when I need to. Problem is, I'm sometimes getting like multiple ticks where it's not doing damage to him, and that's what I'm upset about. That thought, big guy. Oof. I meant to dodge him at the last second, but animations got me there. There's gotta be a better way to hurt this guy. And I guess I could banana up for extra strength, too. I'm still not convinced that actually does extra damage. We've yet to really verify that out. Come the fuck on. Yeah, no, that still doesn't seem to be doing a ton. I'm out of suns now, which is potentially going to be an issue. Still have a few grenades left. Guess I'm using them. Problem is, he still has enough health left that this is gonna take a hot minute. His health bar is kind of garbage, if I'm honest with you. Like, we haven't figured out really a good weakness for him. Like, the closest thing to a weakness is making him come to the edges. Might just be that I use Soul 3 instead of the Frost. That might make more of a difference. Yeah, that's making a lot of a difference, actually. I should have just used that instead of trying to go for the elemental weakness. That's on me. I wasted a lot of ammo then. Sabata's thoughts flow past. It was then that I sacrificed the Four in order to make use of your power. A power enough to destroy them, the white-hot energy of the sun. Everything went just as planned. The foolish Count never realized he was being used. That's all of the stations launched. That's all the towers defeated. Okay, I'm gonna save state and test something. I want to see if this place resets if I leave. I feel like it wouldn't. But I'm nervous. And they do give you an exit cord, though. Solar Tree is calling, I think. Okay, let's quickly make a trip back to the tree. See if all of the things I made rotted. No, one of them's ready to go. Got one of the Solar Fruit, Revive Fruit. These two aren't ready still. No, I'm gonna take the audio off for a second and do a thing then. You'll get to witness how I got all of the other ones done. I just know nobody's gonna want to hear the sped up audio. God damn, these take forever to grow, huh? I figured just a few minutes of this would be enough with them in pink flower. If I walk out and walk back in again, they'll get there. Still not cooperating, huh? Okay, to hell with them. Well, actually, I came here to grow more things, so let me... But then again, our light is not very high as well. That's probably why it's not working. So, let me plant some stuff and then I'll fix that. Let's see, we need a fast carrot. A solar... Well, no, fast and solar doesn't make sense. what I actually should do is first use a ×2 carrot with a... Oh, the fast takes priority over the ×2. Damn it. What do I want to get double of? Do I even really want to... No, I don't think I'm worried about getting double of anything at this point. Just make it fast. Let's see how fast these solar nuts grow. Because the solar nuts are the main thing I'm going to need a ton of at this point. Because we're fighting at night. And you'll get to witness just how fast these things grow. Go ahead and shack up the solar sensor. I forgot to do that before turning on the speed, and now... Look at that. Look at them go. And now this one's actually finishing too. 2 revive fruit. There we go. Now we got 3 of them. 5 solar nuts. 4 solar nuts. 5 solar nuts. You're gonna love my nuts. Come on, finish growing. Finish growing, you fuck. I don't even know what this one is anymore. I think it's another revive fruit. Which is why it's taking so damn long. I may as well plant more solar nuts while we're waiting for that to grow. Go up. Like, really, solar nuts are the main thing we need anymore, so fuck it. We're just gonna have them get multiplied. Just bear with me a minute here, y'all, because I need to make sure that I'm not gonna just get into another out of ammo scenario. So a wiser man would have run right back into the building to make sure it wasn't gonna be an issue first, but, well, too late. Thought about that too late. Look at that. All of these are growing before this one even finishes growing. 10 solar nuts, so that's the doubled one. 6 solar nuts. How many do I have now? 44. Nah, I could do with some more. Based on how many I end up using to refill my gun, any real amount of distance at this point, I'm gonna grow one more set. And then we'll go up to the finale. Because I presume I have to fight Sabata and then fight the Queen. So I'm making sure I'm stocked to make sure that we can go right through that and not have to have too much of an extra headache attached. Wow, that last one still didn't grow. I think the one that was at the bottom was a carroted revived fruit. We'll give it a little bit more time, and if it still doesn't grow by the time I get tired of doing this... It still didn't fucking grow. But now, you done now? Oh, okay, we're fucking leaving. It doesn't matter. It's gonna yell at me on the way back that the solar tree's calling for me, probably, and I just don't care. I have done everything in my power to make that happen. Now to run all the way back. You can kind of consider this a victory lap here at the end. The last run through all the places we've been. I mean, admittedly, it won't be all the places we've been, but you get the idea. It's been a few. And we get to see the night palettes of a lot more places. So a handful of these places we saw the night palettes of on the way through because we got to these later on in yesterday's session. Really, I'm making excuses and nothing's actually gonna be beneficial about this at all. So the audio is breaking a little bit, so I may have to reconnect the controller here in a second too, which does not help my cause at all. What we'll probably do is we'll save when we get up to the tower area again, to the actual castle. And I'll sort that out. Yeah, that's the most direct route, is just through here. Back through the Valley of Ice one more time. Where I think we spent the most time? It's definitely one of the places we spent the most time, because I was just staring at the... Oh no, it was... The ice blocks weren't there, it was the ice tower I was staring at the ice blocks of for... Actually, no, it was both. It was both, if I'm honest. Yep, there's the scary dark castle just kind of ominously floating in the middle. Still there. And these are all lit up, so I'm assuming it kept all the towers completed. Oh yeah, the image still shows all of it broken too. Nice. Okay, we don't need to worry about that at least. There's infinite gourds to exit with, which is interesting. Free full heal. That's a mimic, we all know it. Wait, there's a sunlight here, though. Did I just never notice that? No, because I had the meter all the way down. Speaking of, let's turn that back down to a more reasonable amount now that we're back in combat. Let's go ahead and save the game. And we'll also put a backup safety save since I'm going to be probably rebooting the emulator for a second here. Here to fix the controller jank. It was starting to get a little janky even before now. It's very interesting. The first time I unplugged and plugged the controller back in, we were able to do it without having to close the emulator. Both times today, though, didn't work. Very interesting. Load. There we go. It's as if nothing happened. Though, of course, now OBS is like, whoa. There it goes. I was very concerned that OBS just completely broke on that one. Alright. Now even more skylights up here. Some grenades back. Not even sure why they have these guys here. There's also a recharge point apparently above, based on the green arrow. So where does this lead then? To a trap. Annihilate all enemies, okay. I'm assuming some of them are gonna be tentacles. Yeah, of course they are. In fact, I think all the enemies in here are gonna be the tentacles. Thankfully, our Sword of Light is very good at just chopping tentacles. Oof. There we go. Oh, so I guess that's a way we could have gotten a lot more solar nuts, huh? It's like they knew that I was gonna need them or something. So we have 61 solar nuts now. Oh, and a bunch more golden apples. And whatever this is, a life fruit. We need one more and then we can get a health extension. What am I looking at here? Looks like a number. Red plus blue, then purple. Okay. I can't seem to interact with the tiles, though. So I don't rightly know what they want from here. Let's go the other way right quick. Maybe... Actually, wait. Can I reach that staircase that's over there? Or is that what's blocked off by the puzzle? No, I think I can just reach that staircase. Yeah, I can just go. Not sure what the whole thing with this is, then. Unless maybe that's meant to be a hint for a future puzzle. Oh, okay. The number in red followed by the number in blue. Well, there was... Wasn't there just 2 of each? Nope. I gotta go look again. Red plus blue, then purple. Yay. Because I counted them, but I guess I didn't count correctly. No, there's 2 of each. Unless purple counts for each of them. Which would be absurd. Unless they're talking about the shape. Which would mean that purple is going to be 9, and each of the other colors are 1. This is not the number of tiles. No, that's wrong too. The fuck? Enter the number in red followed by the number in blue. The fuck do you want? The fuck do you want from my life? I'm clearly misunderstanding something here, right? Let me go look at it again, because I must be missing something. Unless maybe each of them is the part to remove? So like with the red removed it would be 3. And with the blue removed it would be 5? Going by shapes? So there's ambiguity there, because that's either a 5 or a 2. I'm not sure what the hell they're getting at with this, and maybe I'm just too tired to understand. No, I am correct. Okay. Though I was also correct about the ambiguity. I was just checking my answer this time before running all the way back up. So, 5... 3, though I think that's backwards. No? I feel like right answer, wrong equation is happening here again. But we're gonna just roll with it. Another double carrot. Why would I want that at this point? Okay, so we've got green, orange, gray, purple, and red. And they all come together to form an 8. Red, blue, yellow make black. Blue, yellow, green. Red, yellow, orange. Red, blue make purple. Yeah, these all make sense. This is a fucking mess. I'll be real with y'all, I'm not even dealing with that one. I'm just taking the answer that's in front of me for that because I am fucking done in. We've gone way over my intended time. I'm pretty sure I understand how these answers are coming about, but it's just like, why though? There probably was a hidden item there, but I'm just in blitzing mode now. My throat's getting mad at me, my head's done, I'm tired. But we're at the final area, so it's not like I can just end and say, oh yeah, I'll do this later. It's like, no. We are literally in the final bit here. I can't really do anything but finish it at this point. Words left by a victim of darkness. Light reveals a path, but a beam that is too strong will only increase the darkness of the shadows. Okay. Coin. Not really sure what they're getting at with the beam that's too strong makes the shadows darker or what have you. But I'm sure we'll find out. Like, I understand that it logically does work that way because too bright a light and you won't be able to see anything else. And it's got quiet here. Did you break the seals, Drac? The 4 towers are gone. The castle's ascent has ceased, and the queen is rather angry. The energy that did it in the queen's 4 servants should deliver the castle to the moon. But I did not give the Dark Castle all that power. I am neither human nor mortal. I am the chosen one of the dark, the will of the galaxy. The Dark Child. I shall not bend to the will of the Queen or any other. Doesn't seem like that's working out great for you, though. The time to settle this is near. Thanks to you, my power has reached its limit. Give it everything you have, Drac. Very fast. You're not that bright. Case in point, I can just nudge you from around a gargoyle. This is gonna be a slow process if I beat you this way, though. I know. See, he'll be looking for a red guy. I'm a green guy now. Apparently he can dodge any attack if he sees me first, which is mildly annoying. No, I can hit him while he's spinning. Problem is, he's really flighty. Like, they move randomly, almost. not that I expect my opponent to stand still in a confrontation like this, but still, they just warp around inconsistently is the problem. And that's why I made so many of those fruit, by the way. Look at how many I had to use just to recharge. The grenades would probably actually be very effective against Sabata. Well, if used from the correct position. And fast enough. Okay, sure, why not? Oh, you're just gonna keep spinning now, huh? That is a cool trick, I'll give you that. Oh, and I can't shoot through it either. How nice for you. Whenever they slow down, I can shoot them, but whenever they're at full speed, ain't nothing. I think flash grenades would work? Because you say you're neither human nor immortal, so maybe you still count as undead? Nope, you don't give a shit about that. Okay. Never mind. Again, the second I fire, Sabata moves. Like, bouncing shots seem like a winning move here. Except this area is designed really bad for trying to bounce them in any real way. My golden fruit. Yeah, Sabata's too fast for trying to set up bounces to really do much. And now they're just bouncing around like crazy. They're just on full sugar rush now. Ooh, that was good. Ah, now you've got clones. Okay. Joke's on you, I saw where the real one went. See, this fight in particular really starts to feel like a Metal Gear fight. Since it actually does kind of rely on stealth a little bit. Because if you attack Sabata from an unexpected angle, you can actually get really good work done. But otherwise, you just get fucked. Problem is, they're annoyingly fast. You do a good bit of damage there, kid, but you are not in the same ballpark as me at this point. Your biggest advantage is that you're crazy fast. Whereas I'm goddamn molasses incarnate. If there's ever a disadvantage I hate having, it's being slower than my opponent. Oh, you are so close to dead, kid. Come on, just accept your fate. Oh, I'm out of ammo, you little bastard. All because my shots go through him when he's stashing. Betting if I had a dash move, I wouldn't be able to be invincible during it. Gotcha. How could this be? Imbued with dark matter, wielding the power of the four elements and of the sun. This is such a sniveling mama's boy's you. Am I done for? No, never. Soon I will have no need to rely on borrowed power. Show your power, Gundel Hell. Show them their fate. Yes, 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 yes. Here we go. Let's go, 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 Drek. Light and dark, it comes down to this. Be afraid, son. Oh, you've made it dark now. Great. I love that for me. Doubt this'll help, but I'll try it. I didn't think that was gonna do anything. I wonder if I had a sun left, if I'd be able to just remove his darkness with a sun grenade. And a flash might still work. Like, one could say that the darkness is my ally as well. Nope. Flash grenades still don't work. What is the point to having these stupid things? Like, they'd clear rooms of regular undead, but regular undead really aren't a problem. I guess they'd be good if you're trying to be more subtle than I've been. Not get caught, but I would assume hitting them with a flashbang would be the same as getting caught. Where the hell are you? There you are. Playing a murderous game of goddamn hide and seek out here. Where'd I go? That's another trick I can do, I guess, is just pop out, let myself be spotted, and then circle around. I'm running out of ammo rapidly, though. Even with all those solar nuts, I'm having to burn through so many to keep this fight alive. Yeah, I caught that time. I need to time it better so that he's not facing me when I happen to pop around the corner, though. So there's a bit of a split idea between using the speed boost and the power boost, then. Power boost is helping me move his health bar along better. The speed boost would let me get a hit at him better. And of course, I'm sure I need to save some power for the queen, too. Just happen to choose the correct direction, huh, kid? That would have actually been a great time to pop him. Like, this is actually kind of a fun fight. I think his health bar is just a little overinflated, that is the only problem. It's like, I can unload a whole battery of shots in there, and it barely moves the health bar. No, spinning asshole attack. And apparently they're very well aware of where I am the entire time they're doing that, because they're tracking me perfectly right now. So this is a great way to waste my entire goddamn banana boost, but that's fine. I have a lot of bananas. I have an idea, though. If I get far enough away, do you just give up on the spinning thing? Nope, you track just that fast, that far. Okay, sure. What do I do here then? And I guess now might be a time to try one of these. Just make myself invincible, walk within his spin. Nope, nope. He actually is done with its spinning. Except now I'm so used to the higher speed that I'm all fucked up. God damn you. I have no banana boost right now, so the damage on that was kind of meh. That was complete horseshit, by the way, that didn't hit. Really am dealing with a kid. I shot you. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Of course you fucking moved. Again, the second the shots go in your direction. Of course you fucking did. There's recharge. Merge fairies available. I just gotta find them again. If I don't burn all of my fruit. Of course, now that I'm looking for them, I can't find them. Because they were, like, right around here, but they seem to be gone now. Oh, there's some. Little shitter. Guess they moved. Out of juice again. Ah! Somehow, every time I duck around the corner, or they just happen to look that way. Problem is, if I wait too long, they just start dashing around again. So it's very much a awful 6 of one, half dozen of the other in terms of trying to do this anytime quick. Like, they're genuinely no threat in terms of damaging me. They hurt, but I have so much healing that doesn't matter. My biggest problem is my goddamn ammo limitations. Sure thing, yeah. The bullet was touching you, but no. God forbid that count. I have no fucking solar nuts left to fight the queen. Hopefully I can actually recharge myself in the queen fight then. Again, assuming the queen is a fight, which it would make the most sense for her to be her own fight, right? It'd be a very weird decision for that not to be a fight I have to do. I am now officially out of solar nuts. Could you stop just sensing my presence every time I fucking twitch a finger? Little piece of shit. Case in point, I take a shot and he's already turning towards me again. Oh, of course, you know, let's have none of that hit. Just pass right on by him. Out of ammo again! Yay! Now what the fuck do I do? Like, if I'm out of ammo, what am I supposed to do in this scenario? Like, am I just fucked now? 'Cause I wouldn't even have a way to activate the solar fairies. Maybe in my best interest genuinely actually to let him kill me, so that I can restart this fight, have all my resources back, and not burn them in the first half of this fight. This fight also takes so fucking long. Like, him having 2 phases and spending so much time teleporting around is just infuriating to me. Like, again, this is a very interesting idea for a fight. I just feel like his health bar needed to be a bit smaller for him to have 2 phases of doing this nonsense. Or for to have one of these phases not be hide and seek him teleporting around. This has ceased being interesting and is turned into tedium. Especially since I'm gonna have to do it again. Could you do a better job of killing me, please? Oh, right, I have Revive Fruit. And I'm guessing they don't recharge my gun at all with Revive Fruit. Nope, sure don't. Okay. This is gonna be stupid, but I'm gonna have to trash my Revive Fruit so he can kill me. All because I have no means of recharging my gun in here, as far as I can find. Kill me. Do a better job of killing me. Really, really wish I had any of those sun charges here. Oh, that's how the other thing works. If there's too much sun, the path we had before won't work. Like if I had more than 4 bars. So it looks like it says 6. So it's interesting that this guide doesn't even address the... It doesn't even address the fact that it takes a lot of ammo. So they must have had a stronger weapon, because they're saying just hit him with a powerful weapon using the soul lens. Like, it doesn't matter particularly what you hit him with. Yes, I would like to continue. Because what continuing will do is it'll restore my inventory before I fought Sabata. Now that we know what we're getting into a bit better. Now, unfortunately, my only real options for damage are Swordsman, Tornado, Juggler, and Gradius. Stunning him with Gradius was working, but I'm gonna try just stabbing him with the sword again, I guess. You can also get a bit more gun charge for free before we even trigger the Sabata fight, which should help this go a little bit better than last time. Hey, kid. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, see, that did a fair whack of damage and didn't drain much meter, so I think just poking with the swordsman might be the way to go here. I just gotta get the angle. Because it genuinely doesn't matter if I take hits. Taking hits is nothing. Oop. I could also just poke through the wall like that and be funny. Oop. Where'd I go? Oop. Yeah, see, this becomes a joke when I do it this way. And I'd started off doing it this way, I just wasn't as effective as I should have been with it. Oh, you went all the way around the bend that time. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. You weren't stupid enough to fall for it again. God damn you. This is what makes it infuriating, is just the sheer speed this jackass has. It covers so much ground before you even have a chance to react at all. And let's not forget the Time Waster spin. Time Waster spin is such a fun part of the fight. But I guess I can hit during it if I'm careful like that. It just burns way more energy to do it that way. Yeah, look how much less meter I'm using this time. Saw which way the real one went. I just lost track for the initial bit, because he has a lot of directions he could have taken. There he goes. See, I wouldn't have minded if the second half of this part of the fight was just chasing the clones around, instead of immediately resuming, hey, I'm gonna run around and shoot at you. I also really wish I could voluntarily take away the ability to adhere to walls sometimes. I keep adhering when I'm trying to just barely poke around a corner. Which, the way this fight's designed, kind of encourages you to do exactly that. Be subtle, be sneaky, poke around corners. Why did you do a 180 there, huh? Why did you spin all the way around? You fucking psychic little shitbag. I'm not close enough to even bother to try to close the gap there to try to attack. Boop. Thanks for the item. Thing is, the distances on those dashes also seems to be somewhat random, which is the thing that really makes it hard to determine where Sabata's gonna land. Because, like, in a big room like this, sometimes Sabata will just dash, like, halfway down the room on one dash. Fucker. And I got stuck again because, God forbid this movement be smooth as I need it to be to outmaneuver somebody like this. Because my only real hope here, well, is one, my gun to work properly. I didn't hold it the split second long enough so it didn't reach. Adhere to the wall again because this kid's an idiot. There we go. Phase 1 down without having used all of my ammo this time. Yes, yes, how could I? Meh, 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 meh. Now we just get to do it again, except running around in the dark, where it's going to hurt my eyes after a while. This is coming from somebody that likes the dark. After a while, this just gets annoying. It's a good thing you don't hear the sound of my beam saber going around. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sabata's one of those characters that can't hear anything because they're too busy hearing the sound of their own hype in their ears. Oh, that's a thing. surprised that hadn't happened before. Well, it seems to be a non-issue because of how far away I am. Yeah, it's starting to pull me a little bit. Oh, it moves. Okay, that's upsetting. It's really not much of an issue, though. Gotcha. Heal. You know what would be wonderful? A way to sort this item inventory. There's so much useless garbage. I do appreciate that if you get a good hit, you get an item. But the problem is that's predicated on you getting a good hit. Which, if you're using the wrong weapon, you can't get a good enough hit for the game to give you an item. So it's just like, well, what do you fucking do in that situation, eh? Oh. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, at least that gave me ammo back. I might actually just walk into the damn black hole to start off then, just put an end to that. Ow. Really need a longer goddamn weapon than this, though. Fuck's sake, why were you just going in circles? Like, ordinarily I wouldn't mind that, but right now it's really annoying that you're doing that. What? You went in a fucking circle again! Are you stupid? Did your brain break? Did I hit you too hard the last time? Here, I'll hit you again. Maybe that'll make you smarter. I keep hoping that he'll be stupid like he's been a couple times and just shoot from where he's standing when he sees me. He doesn't seem to fall for that anymore. See, in a game with more directional sound, this would also work way better. Because I can kind of get a gauge as to where he is by the sound a little bit, but it's not anywhere near as effective as it could be. So it kind of just makes this a crapshoot if you can't get your eyes on Sabata again. Where the hell have you run off to now? There you are. Like, I'm supposed to be the annoying one that's sneaking around, not you. Good for you. This kid is so incapable of moving at a worthwhile pace. The thing is, I don't think I can have a banana and a speed thing active at the same time. I think I can only have one or the other, and I'd rather have the power or to move his damn health bar along. Because even with these good hits, it's gonna take so long to end this fight. This is such a waste of everyone's fucking time. Like, I was calling it hide and seek before, but at this point we're basically just playing tag. Quite literally just tag, you're dead. Wish I had a banana active when I had all those free hits happen. I got pulled just enough by that stupid fucking black hole. Because this kid with his spindly little legs can't run at a useful fucking paste to save his life. Like, with performance like this, I don't care how old the game may decide he is. To me, he is still going to be spindly little shit kid. Fucking black hole again! Like, I've had so many just barely, like, brushing his hair attacks instead of hitting him. Because the stupid black hole. Just refresh the banana. I wish I could just get more than one hit ever as well. Like, I get a lot of hits with the machine gun, but the problem is it just burns through all of my ammo and still does similar amounts of damage. Biggest advantage I have is I at least get stun off with the machine gun. Not that it matters, because as far as I can tell, stunning him doesn't really do anything, because I can't follow it up, because he has iframes while he's stunned. I can just gloat a bit, which, don't get me wrong, makes me feel better, but doesn't really help my cause in any real capacity. About as close. There we go. Of course you fucking turned the second I could get there yet again. This is just a fucking tedious thing. And there goes my banana again. Because God forbid these things last any real amount of time. I have to assume I missed a weapon that hits a lot harder than this. There's no fucking way that this is how it's supposed to go. Fuck's sake. Just barely missing over and over again. Like, the biggest advantage I have is that the second Sabata misses with the multi-shot, he gets confused. Like, he can't seem to fathom the idea that he missed. Problem is, half the time I'm at an angle where I can't follow that up. Because even if I could follow it up, I'm not fast enough to follow it up. And then there's the times where the RNG dodges just happen to bring Sabata straight to my face. It's not like I can outmaneuver that. Just haha, look at me! I can go 3 times around the map before you win half, haha! Look, I ran a lap around you. Want to see me do it again? Oh, shitter. Fucking black hole with the worst, best timing ever. Like, it has incredible timing in his favor, but horrendous timing in my favor. Which, you know, it's his attack, so it would not make sense if it was helpful to me at all. I'm done for, Drag. I'm too weak to hate you. Moonlight holds 2 conflicting powers, lunacy and mercy. Moonchild blood is a double-edged sword. Your plans were too ambitious, O great will of the galaxy. Save Moon Beauty, save our mother. It's in your hands. Which is, of course, why Sabata is involved in this to begin with, I'm sure. Is because we are both children of the moon. Looks like I'm back to my usual self. And about time. Solar Boy, you've done well for yourself. I must say, you're a chip off the old block, Drac. Looks like I should explain. I am the terrestrial embodiment of soul. I'm not a physical being. When Carmilla turned me into a rock in Soul City, Sabata took control of my consciousness. Sabata's Moonchild blood made that possible. Sabata's mother, your mother, is Manny, Moon Beauty. All that Manny wanted was to live a quiet life, to live and die like any other person. That is the reason why she couldn't reveal her true identity, even to you, her own son. The sole surviving Moonchild. Her kin driven to the brink of extinction by the immortals. The moon reflects sunlight. That light, moonlight, gives the mortals their power. And that's what the Queen of Immortals wants. To use Moon Beauty's ability to use solar energy and cover the Earth's surface with dark matter. To make the Earth itself undead. We must stop her. Let's go, Drac. One more fight, huh? One more battle. Real nice if I could recharge. Maybe I'll find a recharge along the way. That helps. Really use a proper recharge station, though. 3 bombs. Why give you a healing station when the game heals you after a boss fight? I genuinely don't understand why that's even here. There's nothing that could have hurt me between the boss fight and there. What are you doing? Aside from making me have to tromp up a lot of goddamn stairs. Which that part at least makes sense. That's a big fucking moon. We're real close, huh? Still going up more stairs. Getting great cardio today. Hi. The Queen of Immortals. Hell. I've been expecting you. So, Sabata is down. Make a dark child from the flesh of the sun and the moon. It was a reckless experiment. Hell. Give us Moon Beauty. Give us money. Don't be silly. She, like all moon children, was born immortal. What's wrong with taking back the sister who was stolen from me? I see. You got this far knowing nothing. You merely dance as soul pulls your strings, to the point that you would knock down your own kin. Your brother. Well, we knew that at this point. Think about it. All the undead you've defeated, who were they? Did you really have to defeat them? I mean, kind of. I needed the lenses and the gates out of the way in order to get here. For us, the will of the galaxy is absolute. The will of the galaxy is clear. It rejects the human ambition to spread across the universe. We immortals cannot die. We have no offspring, so our numbers do not rise. The undead that we immortals create are free from the cycle of life and death. They have a stationary, pure existence. When species cease to evolve, they are no longer a threat to the universe. You see, my work is charity. All species will be allowed to exist only as the undead. Nonsense. How can you live without living? Laughter, sorrow, anger, happiness, sadness. Even when it causes pain, to live is something wonderful. I don't believe your theory. Our sun loves all life. Even if what you say, even if it is the will of the galaxy, the sun lights the earth, lights up all life, and brightens humans' hearts. It's not energy, it's a force, an indescribable force. The sun is not just a star in the galaxy. It is a peep into life. Our song of thanksgiving. That's next month. Shut up. The sun would resist the galaxy? How foolish. Give your life and survive, or live only to perish. Make your choice. Let's go, Drac. The sun will rise tomorrow. Listen, Drac. You can't beat the Queen with the solar gun alone. Use the pile driver to amplify solar energy and burn the dark matter. I'll summon 4 generators. In the meantime, try to hold her off. Let's go ahead and turn that solar power on up then, shall we? Hey, leave him alone. I'm gonna annoy you. I can't hurt her though, so I guess I'm supposed to do enough damage to her meanwhile, perhaps? I probably need to burn all this off of him so he can actually do his thing. Which gives me an idea. Same idea that I usually have for these. Speed. But it looks like she has all the elements at her command as well. Yep, she has every enemy's abilities. Thankfully, I can actually charge here, so I don't... If I had known that I could charge here, I wouldn't have been as worried about burning my solar fruit against Sabata. So she can also heal herself. Which makes nothing but sense, admittedly. Okay, that's one generator in place. This way I can do both at the same time. I can chip her health and protect Otenko at the same time. Yeah, you're gonna go ahead and heal. That's fine. That gives me time to recharge my gun. 'Cause that's why we can't win this fight without the generators, I presume, is no matter how low you lower her health, she will just heal again before you can finish the job. And we can't outpace her healing. As demonstrated by the fact that I was attacking her the whole time she was healing, and she's just like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, I can't even hurt her when she's healing, actually. And you might think that filling my solar energy completely is a bit of a cop-out here, and it kind of is. But let's be real, the alternative would have been spamming a pile of solar nuts to keep my energy up. And while I have a lot of them, eventually we would have run out. And we would have ended up in the exact same scenario we had with Sabata. And it just would not have been worth anything to us. That's all, I don't think. Yep, you're gonna go ahead and heal, I'm gonna recharge. And I could have set this to a lower amount, but I'm assuming I'm gonna have an actual, like, proper pile driver segment. And I want that to go reasonably quickly, because it's gonna be fucking painful, I'm sure. Okay, last generator. Also need to heal again. Yep. Actually, yeah, attack me. Attacking me is fine. Otenko's not there. He's not a threat to you. I'm the threat. I also just now realized there's a timer. Presumably how long it'll take for us to get to the moon from the rest of the way with the power she's been given. There we go. Free Otenko. Stand next to her and recharge while she heals. Go back on the offensive. This being timed is all the more reason to make sure to just go all in on this. Listen up, Track. Use your solar gun to fire the solar energy amplified by the 4 generators. Stand in the middle of the pile driver and hold down the B button to collect solar energy. When the energy spheres are ready, release the B button to set off the energy sphere attack Wild Punch. I did release the button. Game? I'm gonna lose because of the timer here, I think. Oh, there we go. So, I guess I got my buttons backwards? Which doesn't seem correct, because the B button's been... whatever, it doesn't matter. Now that I know what I'm supposed to do there, I'll just do it correctly. My brain may have been backwards, the controls may be backwards, I don't know which. But that was an unfortunate way for that to end after all the work we just did. Oh, unskippable cutscenes, my least favorite thing. If I'd known this was gonna be a case of I was gonna go 8 hours today, I just would have went 4 hours today and finished it another time. But, you know, this is what we get. Okay, the sword seems to be faster, both in damaging her and in getting rid of the things. It is draining my energy faster, too. So, you know, mixed blessing there. Otenko, if you could make those generators faster this time, that'd be great. He is actually kind of succeeding in what I'm asking there. It'd be very funny if I could actually knock her health bar out, because she's too busy doing an animation at any given time. But we got her health pretty low there. Maybe with a banana I can actually do it. It'd be very funny if I could just kill her this way. You can't use the solar gun alone. Murders her with the solar gun. So I gotta be careful that I don't die trying to kill her. Yep, she's healing. But we got a lot of damage in there. Thankfully, we got a second generator done. She didn't heal all the way, which is interesting. Yep, there we go. She's healing again. Now we follow suit. And now in hindsight, the other buttons have to be the other way around, because my confirm button would have to be A. So I did have these the right way around. For some reason, I thought I had them backwards. Like, not that I had them backwards now, but that I had them mapped backwards. And I just apparently got in my own head so hard that I fucked that all up. Incredible. You love to see it, don't you? Like, I wish I could say I threw that for the bit, but I didn't. That was just genuinely I screwed up. Of all the times to have a brain fart like that happen, too. Like, we just completely ruined that climactic moment. Okay. Generators are ready. Oh, I see. Okay, even though I had the timing down. Gotcha! You fool, Drac. You are just a lowly human boy. My sister, your mother, Moon Beauty, is already one of us. The power of the Moon Children, which so long eluded me, is now in my grasp. Nothing can stop me. Behold the one who rules this star. Actual final form, I presume? Thanks, Sabata. What are you waiting for, Drac? Sabata, we have Moonchild blood inside us too. If we work together, we can overcome each other's weaknesses. We must defeat the Queen and save our mother. You live yet? What is this? Brotherly love? Love? Did you say love? Dark matter is the power of hatred. I hate it. I hate you. Gundel Soul and Gundel Hell. The Wild West meets the Wild East. Come on, Drac. So I assume he's gonna distract for me while I try to fire the... Yep, we've come together to fire the gun. Okay. Let's see if I can disable these hands, then. Seems like I can't. Maybe Sabata's got the right idea, which is going for the core. No, it doesn't seem to be working either. I guess maybe it's just a matter of pushing them back enough, and then we go for it. Problem is, this takes a while to charge. Ah, there we go. You can break the hands, it just takes a lot. And then the hands just come back. Okay, sure. If that's how you want to play it, I still have cards to play. Speed. Nope. Put feet down. I am not tasty. Okay, 2 hands down. Sabata's tired, but that's okay. Sabata's buying me enough time. With only 1 hand left, we should be able to make a play for this. Or not. For fuck's sake. There we go, all the hands are down. Nope, that hand's still intact. Fucking die! Okay, so we're just gonna have to do that a couple times. Okay, that's not that bad. It's gonna be kind of annoying, but it's not that bad. We will just spin to win under the hands until they cease to be. Keep using the pile of golden apples I have. Just make sure the hands actually die before I make a move. There we go. You don't have to tell me twice, kid. Let's send her packing. The power of 2 can always beat the power of 1. Ow. I repeat, I am not tasty. Oh, you're moving. Why are you moving? I don't like that. Don't move. That's gonna make it harder to shoot you if you're moving back and forth. They're adapting. They're adapting. I don't appreciate their adapting. Mild flashing warning here with the way she's blinking herself. Okay. Oh, there's an attack coming in. Oh, come on! That hit her. You cannot tell me that that did not hit her. And now she's healing because she keeps biting us. This game finds a way to ruin every good moment, I swear. Thank you, Sabata. Now, if only you would stop getting healed by that, that'd be great. Because her hands are getting more aggressive, but she's also getting her health back, so it's like, what the fuck's the point here? How am I supposed to make headway if you're gonna just heal? Fuck's sake, not again! Thank you. Do that more often instead of getting between me and the hand. And honestly, Sabata, that's way more helpful. I need to quickly recharge my gun and then I will go back in. Act. Like, the attacks themselves do, like, negligible damage. They just build up over time enough that I have to heal. It's a hell of a thing that this is such a grand battle, and yet somehow these giant bone hands do, like, piddling damage. It's not like I even have any, like, defensive bonuses or anything. They don't exist in this game. Okay, I managed to get Sabata out of her hand fast enough that she didn't gain enough health to survive another hit. I just need to actually land this next hit. Or, you know, this is gonna happen. Thank you. Okay. I'm betting there's like a perfect angle you can take when the hands are still in play, where you can fire before the hands are destroyed. Gotcha, bitch. Is this the will of the galaxy? It can't be. How? Why? Will is the power which strives to live. The power inside all living things. You did not lose to the sun. You lost to the will of all who yearn to live. Combined, their will is the power behind.
Our son.
What they said. Thank you, children. My betrayal led to despair and madness. But now at last, these wounds are healed. Your father and the days we had together, I do not regret any of it. And the happiness you children brought me. Our bodies may perish, but our spirits will be here to protect you no matter what. May the light of the moon illuminate your path. Thank you, Drac. Thank you, Sabata. You did well, Solar Boy. My job here is done. But it looks like I overextended myself. Took in too much dark matter. Soon I won't be able to maintain this presence. Thank you. I had so much fun traveling with you. Farewell, my friend, Drac. May the sun be with you. Thud. You died once before. You can die again. It'll be fine. Drac, we have to do something. Ta-da! That was close. You saved me again, Drac. Maybe you could have told me that that was what I needed to do instead of being like, I'm dying. Solar Boy Drac and Dark Boy Sabata. And that's the game. We did it! Oh, Tenku and the Count had the same voice actor. Look at that. Sabata. Yep. Lita and Carmilla both had the same voice actress. Elle had her own. Muspel and the Silver Knight had a voice actor for their grunts and oh boy. So that is game 3 for this month? I think? Let me look. Four. I forgot Parasite Eve was 3. Not gonna put the whole title. Boktai will cover the point well enough. But for now, that is 46 for this year. With how parts of this went, I might wait a bit longer before I do the second one. We'll see. Depends on how I feel by the time we're done with Next Fest next week. I may be in a better mood by then. I enjoyed this game on the whole. There were just parts of this that really hit wrong. And some of that may be just today too, because I was just like kind of dead brain. So I'm not gonna fully blame the game for how those puzzles and such went. Obviously, part of the blame falls on me for that too. Like, I see why everybody that I've ever heard of talking about these games say that they're really good, and why they're so loved even though they're not really known. Yep, the Solar Tree's back intact.
Welcome back.
Hey, I guess he warped back after everything was done. Final results. 15.5 hours. Found 558 times. 13 continues. 1,224 charged energy. 26 out of 29 cleared dungeons. B rank. I feel like B ranked is kind of harsh. Got Dark 1 Dark Gun Lens. Got Dark Emblem. Got 1 Flash Solar Grenade. Why would I even get a grenade at this point? I guess there probably is like a new game plus or something, and since we have the dark lenses and such, maybe there's like a Sabata mode or something? I don't know. Nope, and now it just loops. Okay. Kinda figured. Ooh. It is already fucking 10 o'clock though. Holy shit. That took just a bit longer than I had planned. Just a bit long. I'm gonna try to make the raid choice quick here. Despite the fact that even here at 10 o'clock, a lot of my usual choices are sitting here in front of me, apparently. When was the last time I raided you? Yeah, I have not raided Saber in a month, so sure, we'll go raid Saber, who's doing Vintage Story. She is on her server for Vintage Story, so maybe a little tricky to keep track of everything, but it'll be okay. And Saber is wonderful and has always been very supportive of everything I do, so absolutely we will go over there. Ooh. I'm glad I did this, but boy, if I had known exactly how long this would have taken, I would have definitely split this differently. It's fine. As mentioned, next week is going to be dedicated to Steam Next Fest. If it ends up not ending up going that whole week, I have plans to fill the time in just fine. Anticipate solo demos on Monday, and then potentially both Tuesday and Thursday to be multiplayer demos, or potentially just one of multiple of... It may even end up being the whole week other than Monday, as far as multiplayer goes. I don't know. Either way, be good to Saber, she's good people, and I'll see y'all all on Monday. Good night, everybody.
I used to have a chalk piece, I don't know.